Okay, here we go. Okay. Live right now. Hope everyone's having a good weekend here. Wanted to start a bit earlier today. Been starting the last few Red Dead streams kind of late. Okay, let's see here. Posted this on Twitter too. Okay, hey guys, what's up? How are you guys?
I was voting.
Okay. Hey guys, how are you guys doing? How's everyone? Okay. What is this? We got a revenue agent checkpoint right there. Oh, I agree. The game should have a some kind of a heist or proper apartments, properties, mansions, houses. But what I'll tell you guys about Red Dead Online is how do you get better at PvP in Red Dead Redemption 2? Well, the trick is having good cards, but I guess it's a matter of opinion on what cards you think are the best. But some cards are clearly worse than others. But what I will say is the most essential thing to killing other players in PvP, it's gonna sound cheap, but headshot. Headshots are the most essential thing to killing other players in this game.
You can actually counter headshots pretty easily. You have a card that counters headshots.
No, the card doesn't counter headshots, it just counters headshots. So if they shoot you right where the where you're wearing your hat, you'll survive, but if they shoot you in the face, you're dead. So that doesn't really I personally think the headshot card should block the entire head. I think that would be a bit more balanced because I just personally find it a bit ridiculous how everyone goes for headshots in this game. I do it too because defend myself, but I'd rather go for the body shots if I can. Thank you for sponsoring the channel, Lieber. Hey, professional, loving the Scarface playthrough. Hope you and everyone is having a great week. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with Scarface. 1 year of being a channel member, I don't know what else to say, but I'm honored to be a fan as much as I said that a lot. Love the Scarface playthrough. Thank you guys for sponsoring the channel. Slow and steady stops headshots from one tapping. Slow and steady. Which one is that again? I'm trying to remember the cards.
I think it's an aim card, isn't it? Sure.
Oh, what a dumb horse. My god.
What?
Why did Yugoslavia collapse? That is a very complicated question to ask. There's so many historians that will tell you all different things. But basically, my opinion on why Yugoslavia collapsed is because Yugoslavia was under the dictatorship of Joseph Broz Tito for several decades, and what happened was he died in the 1980s, and he didn't leave any kind of a successor, and basically created a power vacuum where different factions were fighting against each other, and also Yugoslavia was created of several countries, so it was comprised of several countries, and so a lot of countries wanted independence and wanted to be their own country, and so that's ultimately what I believe caused Yugoslavia to collapse. But that's a very complicated question because Yugoslavian history is very complicated because there's just so many things that happen in Yugoslavia. It's a very hard subject in history to read about.
So, slow and steady is a Deadeye card. It says, while Deadeye is active, you take a little less damage, and the headshots do not kill you outright. Taking damage will drain Deadeye, and you cannot run or sprint.
Oh, I should start using that card then. I gotta give that card a try then. Have I ever played LA Noire? Yes, I have. I have, thank you, Captain, and I've beaten LA Noire too. Any more GTA San Andreas videos? Yes. I have another video on CJ coming out, another one, because I know people love the CJ videos a lot, and so I got another one coming out in CJ, another lore video. The thing is though, the CJ video has been delayed.
Whoa!
And the reason the CJ video has been delayed is because it was originally gonna come out first, but Ray Liotta passed away, and so I'm making a Tommy Vercetti lore video. I started working on that project, and I want to get that one out first.
I can already see YouTube tagging this as extreme profanity. Even though it's about a dead guy.
I can speak fluent Polish, but sometimes I have a hard time reading. Appreciate the content, Pro. What will be my ideal Red Dead Redemption 2 DLC? Something with houses, you know, property update, with way more things to buy and customize, more guns. How come did you decide to stick with the original PC version of Scarface instead of using the remaster project PC version, or did you not know it? Thank you, Troy, for the super chat. I knew about the Scarface remastered project. I'm fully aware of it. I tried to install the mod several times. I don't know if I was doing something wrong, but it just wouldn't work for me. It wouldn't work. I tried really badly to get the mod working, and it just wasn't working for me. I have the US disc version of Scarface retail version, so I don't know if it's dependent on the versions, but I wasn't able to get the mod running. So I wanted to run the Scarface remastered mod, but I wasn't able to get the mod running, and so I ended up doing just a regular version of it.
Cold edit is 5.
5 minutes? Okay, then we'll just wait. Then I guess I'll go over to my moonshine business, just check up on it. No, I don't really date, Pocket. What's your thoughts on the new PS Plus subscription? I didn't really look into it much, but I did buy Siphon Filter, and I already got a Platinum trophy in it. Siphon Filter, will be doing a nice video on that, soon. Will I play the Quarry? No, I won't play the Quarry. I just didn't have time for it. Because Quarry's like a very long game, and it's just, I just didn't have time to play like a game like that right now. I had a lot of other projects that I was working on. I did watch one of my friends, Riley Blackfox. I watched her play it a little bit, but it's, and I ended up seeing like a lot of the endings and stuff like that. But I didn't think, I'm not gonna say any spoilers, so don't worry. I'll say about the Quarry is I think it was a decent game, but I still think I liked Until Dawn better. One of the reasons I wasn't that interested in the Quarry was because I felt like at times the game got a bit confusing, where Until Dawn was a bit more simple. It's simple explanation, where in the Quarry there's like so many characters and there's so many like bad guys, and it gets a little confusing, and you're trying to figure out, you know, what's going on here, who's the main bad guy, you know. It's just that was just a thing with the Quarry. I also think the I also think the monsters in Quarry look pretty bad. That's what I'll say also about that. Have I ever played the Wii? If so, what games? I've played some Wii games at like friends' houses. I don't remember really many games. I did play Wii Sports some time ago, but that's just Uncharted playthrough maybe one day. Maybe I'll play Sniper Elite 1 one day.
Do you need something?
What do I think of Hell's Kitchen? I like watching Hell's Kitchen, but honestly, I liked watching Kitchen Nightmares more. Gordon Ramsay doesn't do Kitchen Nightmares anymore, but Kitchen Nightmares was my favorite one that he did. I also liked Hotel Hell, but But yeah, Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen. Sometimes I saw a few episodes. I've seen mostly clips. I just haven't gotten into that as much. But you know, like, you know what I don't, you know, one thing that pisses me off about Hell's Kitchen is, one thing that pisses me off about that show is that everybody's constantly trying to backstab everyone, like in Hell's Kitchen, like it just happens all the time. And it's like, I understand it's a competition and all, but like, you don't gotta be a scumbag. That's just it. So that's just like, you know, it's like almost every season of Hell's Kitchen, people are constantly betraying each other and going against each other. It happens all the time. And also, there's very few people that will take responsibility in Hell's Kitchen. Like, when somebody messes up, they very rarely take responsibility. When they're up for elimination, instead of admitting to, like, the bad things that they did, they just try to throw it on the next person. So that's, like, nobody, you know, very few people in Hell's Kitchen actually, can, admit to their mistakes. It's, so that's one of the things I got me kind of annoyed about that show. Hi, nice to see that Rockstar is listening. Well, I don't know if they're really listening, but thank you for the super chat, Tong. And thank you, Mr. Waifu. Where's the lamb sauce? Yup, I remember that one. Pro, do you watch Ancient Aliens? No, that show is stupid. That show was just really dumb. I didn't like that show. I remember when all History Channel was the Ancient Alien stuff. It was just dumb. Dance for 2 minutes. Do you remember the guy who tried to fight Gordon Ramsay? Yes, Joseph. Joseph was even if you don't watch Hell's Kitchen, most people know who Joseph was. Yes, that guy. That guy has clear anger problems. Clear anger problems. Like,
Yes.
You seen that too, Carlos?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, that Joseph is an idiot. Like, it's just.
Yes, he is.
And if I remember this correctly, I don't think, was Joseph even a bad cook? But he just had like a really bad attitude. I had a supervisor when I worked in retail that reminded me a bit of Joseph. She wasn't, you know, she wasn't violent or, like, aggressive like him, but, she would just snap instantly and just had clear anger problems, and so that, she just always reminded me of Joseph, but it's just, that guy was just a psycho. Do you remember Raj from Hell's Kitchen? Yes, I remember Raj. Raj was that really incompetent guy. He's also the guy who would eat food during service.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for sponsoring the channel, Mannix. UK or US, The Office? I don't watch The Office, though. Okay, one moment here. Gonna finish this dance and we'll go into Cold Dead Hands here. No, I'm playing PS4 version of Red Dead Online on PS5. Oh, thank you, Fisher. Hey, Pro, do I have a favorite sport? Maybe billiards pool, if you count that. Okay, here we go. But, you know, do you know who my favorite person was that was on Hell's Kitchen? My favorite person that was on Hell's Kitchen was Petroza. Petroza was, like, one of the few people on Hell's Kitchen that was, like a decent human being and actually had a heart. And it was, like, he passed away, unfortunately, a few years ago. But he was, like, a really nice guy in Hell's Kitchen, and I remember him. He nominated himself. He's like the first person that ever nominated himself when he was they were supposed to ask somebody to nominate for elimination. He actually nominated himself, saying that he messed up, and he admitted to it. And that was, he said he couldn't nominate anybody else because they worked really hard. And that was like, you know, that shows like he was a decent person. And, but it's very different than the rest of the people on, the rest of the people on Hell's Kitchen that are constantly backstabbing each other. It's just
We gotta wait.
Hello, what have I missed? Nothing much. We just been started the Red Dead stream, Jacob. Thank you for the super chat. Okay.
Hi, already. Oh! Lancasters are so annoying in this game.
Yep. Sometimes you just gotta use the Lancaster back, because there's nothing really else you can use. Hey Pro, happy Friday. Watch your first few parts of Scarface, loving it so far. Keep up the amazing content. Can't wait to see more GTA lore videos and more. Thank you, George. Thanks, man. And I'll have a lore video on Tony Montana also, Scarface, that when I finish the game. But the first video is coming out is the Tommy Vercetti video. That's coming out first. But I'm working on a lore video, so just know that, guys. If you don't see a lore video for some time, know that I'm working on them. They just take me some time to put out. I don't like to give dates on them because sometimes things come up and I'm really busy and I'm just thrown off with like a lot of stuff and I can't make the date. So I always just know that I'm working on it and I'm trying my best to get it out as fast as possible. Oh no, I have free aim on.
It's more fun.
I'll get the bag.
To be honest.
I know, but like it's like nobody uses free aim in these modes, and so it's just I find free aim fun when you're fighting AI, not when you're fighting players, though.
So close.
Oh, come on, spamming Lancaster with headshots.
Yep, that's all they do.
Well,
Come on,
damn,
dude.
I don't
Oh
have no
my god.
help.
Lancaster, and it was a headshot. My hat got shot, and then I got shot in the head. It says, some people in this game, they don't know how to use anything else except Lancaster, repeater, and headshots.
That's a cheating way to do. Okay. What? I saw your head. Head. How that makes sense?
Well, I don't even know who that is, CD. Thank you for the super chat. There's several idiots that have a similar name to him. I barely play GTA Online anymore, so he can do whatever he wants on his channel. I really don't care.
I got him. I'll get the bag.
And thank you, Jacob. It's been a long time since I managed to make it to one of these streams. So, I hope you have some fun, Jacob, here. Yeah, it's probably because I've been streaming late, right? That's probably why. But I'm gonna be trying to do these a little bit earlier now. Saucer, you should get the bag, since you're the closest to, your first place.
Oh, what? How did you go there? That was ridiculous right there, isn't it?
Come on, it's like, is it a Lancaster? Of course it's a Lancaster. It's like, can these people not use anything else except Lancaster, repeater, and headshots? The only good thing I say is, at least they're not using explosive rounds. You know, at least there's that. You know, there's that plus. But it's just...
Oh, come on. I thought you first.
Damn.
You want to take that? He's still alive. Bunch of scumbags around.
Come on, Lancaster again. It's just... This is just annoying.
It is. I don't know why they use an axe.
Okay, Jonathan,
No,
just
come
keep the
on.
lead. Just don't let them win. It's my God, they're playing so cheap.
You guys, I'll get the bag.
See, I can Lancaster headshot too.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy.
Yeah, and I spawned so far away from this.
I tried to escape.
I don't get it.
Pick up the bag. Ah, damn. Night caps again. Everyone inside.
Yeah.
The guy will respawn. Just
I tried to get inside, but the guy with the pistol killed me. I will get back. Oh. Oh, damn. Damn you, player. Damn you and your Lancaster repeater.
Son of a city filter.
Oh, come on.
Jonathan, get the bag again. I'll cover you.
Okay.
Oh, somebody.
I tried to get the bag.
Somebody else
but
grabbed it. Oh. Alright.
Yeah.
Not
one
me,
of the
'cause I-
zombie, yeah,
That's the same thing that happened to creative combat.
Oh!
the
damn
port
you,
saved
shotgun.
him. The port saved him.
I haven't been killed by anything else other than a Lancaster repeater. Yep.
Oh.
This is just
Yeah, that guy's cheating.
Your mother was a hamster.
I'm scumbag.
I love this movie.
At least there was no explosive rounds. At least there's that, but it's still
Who won?
it's just Lancaster
Ah.
repeater. It's like you know, my question is, do people have fun playing the game like this? Is just using the same gun and just headshot.
Yeah.
Lancaster headshot. Is that like it reminds me a lot of those Call of Duty players that just use like one gun like the MP40 and nothing else. It's just it's like the same thing in a way. It's like and I don't care about people telling me Lancaster is meta. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me whether it's one of the best guns in the game or not. It's like, are you truly having fun by just using just one gun constantly and nothing else? And yes, I know people were saying I pulled it out, but I didn't use the Lancaster half the match. I pulled it out because they were just spamming with headshots. So it's just
First time I
but
played Lancaster for like a year and a half.
yeah, I try to avoid using the Lancaster if I can. I want to use other guns because it's not you know, that's one of the, you know, few complaints I have about Red Dead Online is like I think Lancaster is too overused. Can I join professional or is that lobby full? You can join Alaze, thank you. Weakest to most despicable GTA villains. Thank you, DL Gaming. The most weakest GTA villain.
Devil Weston.
Well, I'm assuming he's talking about antagonists, but it's like a main antagonist. The weakest main antagonist in a GTA game.
Could be Brian.
Well, Brian wasn't the main antagonist. He was a secondary antagonist. The main antagonist was
No.
Billy Gray.
Devil Weston is the main antagonist of the GTA 5, so he's the weakest one.
I'd say probably Devin Weston is probably the weakest one. The most despicable
Yeah,
GTA
there's
villains,
no
I would
gun.
say, are Tenpenny and Dimitri. Dimitri, I think, would be my most hated GTA character. He was the guy who griefed your charity stream. Well, you know, that right there is, thank you, CD, for the super chat. And I don't know why somebody would do that, but, thank you for the super chat. And thank you, Boostio, thank you for sponsoring my channel. Thank you, man. Patrick, did you know that GTA Advance explains how 8-Ball's hands got messed up and that Mike is the one who blew up Tony's safe house in St. Mark's? Oh, I actually did not know that.
Look, I'm gonna move in like 20 minutes. I'm going to go. There has been
Oh.
Hamas is firing rockets from Gaza to Israel.
Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear about that. Well, I guess I'll see you then, Jonathan. Take care and stay
no,
safe.
I'll be here for like a few
Oh.
minutes. Just waiting on my friend to come pick me up.
Thank you, Eras, for the super chat. And what are my thoughts on
noticed it was a big
Sekiro? Thank you, Jacob, for the Oh, where'd Toxic go?
I don't know.
Oh, well, there's a collectible here, guys, underneath the bridge, Bonnie's Ranch. My thoughts on Sekiro, I didn't get much into Sekiro. I did play Jedi Fallen Order, which I guess that's the only one that I can really compare to it. I did get into Ghost of Tsushima, if that counts. That one I liked. I like more open world games. I don't like linear ones like that. ACR, UMP-45, Intervention, AUG are meta in Modern Warfare 2, although it gets old really quickly if I use these weapons exclusively. Whoa. I feel you. Well, thank you, Mr. Waifu. Hey, professionals, my lobby full? I think it is at the moment right now. Thank you for the super chat, CD.
It did not let me get the collectibles.
I could one day, Renee.
Have you noticed there was a big super chat on there?
I don't know if Massimo was the weakest one because he was representative of the Sicilian Mafia. So, you know, he was decently powerful. GTA 4 is the best car explosions, in my opinion. Oh, I agree.
Have you noticed?
No, I haven't watched Better Call Saul. I've seen like I've seen a few episodes or a few clips, but I haven't really watched it. No.
Have you watched Breaking Bad?
Clips mostly. No, haven't watched it.
You should watch the series. It's a pretty good one.
Who is the weakest GTA protagonist?
I guess nobody.
I don't know. They're all pretty strong. Yeah, I don't know.
You know there's somebody following you?
Probably
Yeah, I'm aware.
Wait, is that
are they here by any chance, guys?
What does he refer? Mentally weak or physically weak?
The guy who kills you, he left the session.
Hang on, I'll try to do this. One moment here. Physically weak, the weakest character the weakest GTA protagonist physically would be Johnny in GTA 5. But I don't think he doesn't count as a playable character at that point because he's a side character,
no.
But that's because he was a meth addict. But it was I mean, weakest GTA protagonist technically, I guess, could be CJ at the start of San Andreas, because if you don't work out and you don't eat much, he's skinny. So I guess that would be But CJ would also be the strongest GTA protagonist if you work out. So that's just
You could also say that because Michael is not in shape. You could also say that.
I think I'll do a video on the invasion mode in Sniper Elite 5. Did you not hear what I said, dude? I said that if CJ doesn't work out and he doesn't eat much, he's the weakest physical GTA protagonist, but if he works out, he's the strongest GTA protagonist. So CJ can be the strongest and the weakest GTA protagonist depending on what body shape you have for him in the game.
It's actually one of the features that I was glad that brought back in Red Dead.
There's a Hunter helicopter in Liberty City Stories? I didn't know that.
Have you noticed there was a $100 super chat on the channel?
I don't know whether there was. Are you talking about from Jacob?
Yeah, Jacob,
no,
yeah.
I read that, but that was
okay.
I think that was Swedish. Correct me if I'm wrong on
Okay.
that.
Okay, then unknown Linky is super chat too.
What do you think Rockstar should need to add to save Red Dead Redemption 2? Honestly, the best thing that they can add at this point to save this game, to bring back the player numbers, because I think Rockstar, I think that they can, you know, bring back the player numbers. To bring back the player numbers and get even more, they would have to release a Mexico map expansion. And I'll tell you something, if Rockstar released a Mexico map expansion to this game, that would bring so many players back to the game. Even some of the people that hate Red Dead Online and refuse to play it and only play the single player, even they would come back and play Red Dead Online if Rockstar released a Mexico map expansion. But I doubt that Rockstar is gonna do that. I doubt it.
They already have the layout for a Mexico map expansion. Because I know that there is some glitches you could go to Mexico.
But thank you, Unknown, for the super chat. Yes, there actually will be a Tony Montana lore video. Hello, Pro. Hope you're having a good Friday. What would you do if there's no update by July? I'm gonna make a video talking about it, but I'm scared with the Tony Montana video that I'm gonna make, because I'm gonna use some clips from the movie. I'm scared that it's gonna get copyrighted. Another GTA 4 lore video. That I'll do a few more GTA lore videos this year. I just don't know when I'll get around to them, because I got a few lore videos on the classic GTAs right now that I'm working on.
I watched a video about Pellegrino, but you said you would make a lore video about him.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Bye. Take care, everybody.
Okay, I'll see you, Jonathan. Take care.
Yeah.
Welcome, Jacob.
Okay, there we go. Okay, gotten pretty good at aiming with free aim with this gun too. Oh, thank you, Starling, for subscribing. Can you do a lore video on Claude from GTA 3 and what do I think happened to him after GTA 3? That is a video I actually started working on some time ago. But it's I will make it eventually. Thank you, thank you, George, for the super chat, and thank you, Jacob. Yes, I'm Swedish. Who would win, Agent 47 or John Wick? I think Agent 47. I'd say Agent 47. I just think he's just a better assassin. Agent 47 has killed people all over the world, and Agent 47 is almost like... The thing about Agent 47 is he's almost like a... What just happened? Agent 47 is literally like a ghost when you think about it. Like, he goes into an area and he kills just a target, and no one knows you were there. Where John Wick will just, you know, go Rambo and crazy and kill everyone. So,
Super chat from George.
I'll go to target.
yeah, I'm gonna get him right now.
I tried to kill the guy. It's not gonna show him.
Is South Park biased? Well, everything is biased, but the thing about South Park is South Park makes fun of pretty much everything equally. So, if there's any kind of bias, it'd be hard to, prove. Sauce, are you here?
Yes.
After I deliver this bounty, let's, go and, make another private session.
Okay.
Yeah, some randoms should follow us.
Yeah, super chat from George.
Yeah, I'll look in one moment
tried
here.
to
Just
kill
trying to
that guy
get this
over there.
guy to the, Trying to get this guy to Rhodes right now. Okay. Okay, almost got him here.
Oh, so you got one from Alex. NDHC.
Yeah. I already saw that coming. They were gonna be waiting at Rhodes for me. Wow. What are your thoughts on the Vince McMahon allegations in the current state of WWE? I haven't watched WWE in years, so I can't even answer your questions, and I'm just the first time I'm hearing about some allegations that Vince McMahon made, or Vince McMahon was accused of.
Hi, back. What happened?
Okay, This guy here is being annoying, okay.
Oh, get ready, guy. Behind you.
Was what?
Never mind. I'll get to the target. Pick up.
I guess just go and deliver him as fast as you can, Brandon. Or Pierston.
I don't have it. Piston has him.
That's me.
Yeah, they all just left too.
Thank God for that.
I just delivered the bounty the second that you get there. What are your thoughts so okay, thank you DHC for that super chat, and thank you Alex. Hey Professional, long-time viewer, but now new Red Dead Online player. What is the best method in your opinion to make money for new players? Well, I made a video a few years ago called Red Dead Online Ultimate Beginner's Guide. I suggest that you watch that one. Basically, you know, I go through everything to do. It's like a 30-minute video. It's almost 1 million views. It's on my channel. Check out the Red Dead Guides playlist.
Oh, get out of the way.
But basically, basically, you know, the best way to make, I would say, money as a beginner in Red Dead Online is to, you know, do daily challenges when you can. And when you can do daily challenges, you know, get stock up that gold, and eventually, you know, do stranger missions, run down the timer until the last minute, deliver the missions. Once you deliver the missions,
oh my God.
Once you deliver the missions, you get more money.
I tried.
It's fine. Once you deliver...
I got ambush right there.
Yeah.
Pearson, one moment, please. I'm just trying to tell this guy what to do here. So once you deliver the missions, wait till the last minute. And once you deliver them at the last minute, you get a little bit more gold. And eventually, when you have
Come on,
15
come
gold,
on.
what I would do if I was you is just go and buy the bounty hunter. And then when you're running the bounty hunter,
Damn it.
just wait down the timer until the last minute,
leave me
deliver the
alone.
target. You know, you get more gold, and eventually, you know, buy a trader.
Can't. The guy is keep.
Once you have the bounty
Okay,
hunter, you know,
stop.
fully leveled up.
Stop.
Once you have the
Man,
bounty hunter fully leveled
can't
up,
do anything
just
about-
keep resetting the gold because there's a little challenge thing that you can get to reset the gold, and
Ah.
you get 0.4 gold.
Man, I can't get up right there. Don't let me.
Is someone gonna deliver the target?
I tried.
Oh, someone else trying to. Go,
Stop it, dude. Ah.
go, go.
Idiot. I'm on. The guy was a moron.
Yeah, just go.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
Go.
Run, run, run. Run,
Go.
run, run. Run fast, you idiot. That's not my character.
Go.
Oh, no! Stop it. Ah.
Go.
Oh. Ah, thank God for this.
Get out of here.
Okay,
Oh,
there you go. Good work.
Get out of here.
got
Yeah.
Go.
it.
He
Those
just
are the
trashed.
morons.
Okay, bounty was delivered there.
He tried to kill the bounty, but he didn't. What's our moron?
Okay, Saucer, are you did you join a new session?
Yeah, I'm joining.
Okay.
Up.
Hey Pro, where do I think Donald Love went at in GTA 3 after he disappeared? Have I seen any clues anywhere else about this? No. I might make I want to make a video one day explaining like my theories on it, and I'll look at other people's theories too. But no, the Donald Love mystery has never been solved. Thank you, Garrett, for the super chat. Thank you, Victor. Your gameplay of Scarface The World Is Yours is bringing back memories when I used to play it in the late 2000s. The soundtrack in the game is phenomenal. Yep. Scarface is an awesome game. I don't know why that game doesn't get a remake. Are you in a new session, Saucer?
I had to close out.
Oh, okay.
I'm restarting and joining a new session now. Just to let you know.
These names got need.
Okay. Thank you, Victor. I know you can speak Polish, but the times I have heard you speak it, you sound very rusty. I don't think that I sound rusty. Thank you, Jacob. I can speak Polish fluently. I can understand people. I can speak with them. Sometimes their accents, when I'm talking to them, a little bit hard to understand them. But it's I can speak fluent Polish. I just can't read it that well. Favorite historical movie or TV? Thank you, Eclipse Nova. My favorite historical movie or TV? I have to think. Well, my favorite recent historical movie was Midway. Midway I liked a lot. Thank you, Eclipse. Does Nico really hate bowling, or is that what the players think? I'm actually great at bowling in real life. My record is over 600, and I enjoy GTA 4 bowling. No, Nico doesn't hate bowling. Thank you, DL Gaming. It's just, people are just making fun of the fact that Roman's, favorite activity is bowling, and he calls up a lot of times to go bowling.
Nowhere got me with there.
Let me know when you get to a table.
Yeah, I have to watch Hacksaw Ridge one day too. I gotta take a
Oh
look
my
at that.
God, that guy's so. I'm getting annoyed by that guy. That guy's cheating right there, so I'm about to pass popping.
Okay. Are you in a session and ready, Saucer?
Yes.
Okay. We'll do this here then. Okay.
Yeah, the player I was flying is cheating right there.
Okay, I invite you, Saucer. You get it? Let me know when you're doing it.
I got the invite. I'm gonna let you know when is the moment.
Okay.
Now.
Okay. Do you have any top 5s you can do for GTA 5? Yes, I was thinking about doing one recently. You know, playing some missions. But I got a few of my lore videos are coming up first. Those are more important for me to get out right now. Yeah, I saw Mafia Games video on that. I didn't even realize that Tony did that. Thank you, Victor. Favorite modern movie and video game. Favorite modern movie would probably have to be The Equalizer. Favorite video game would be Saints Row 2. Thank you, George and Victor. Milsim communities? Maybe. I could, you know, I play the Ghost Recon games. I could, you know, I'll tell you guys something. I didn't really enjoy Breakpoint, but I really did enjoy Wildlands. Like, Wildlands I really enjoyed, and I had a lot of fun with Wildlands. I hate how people put celebrities on this pedestal as if they're better than everyone else. Yeah, and that's like, you know, that's the unfortunate thing is that society today like sees celebrities as like some kind of gods or people that like, you know, people that are apparently more important than everyone else when they're not. But you know, what I'll tell you is the media is like stupid also, like, you know, and it's like that one, like, what's that one British news, I think it's called Sky News, like they do like a really like stupid coverage of celebrities, like constantly, like it's just dumb. Like I got recommended posts from them. Like I got last year I got a post recommended from me. Tom Cruise goes to Indian restaurant and orders chicken masala twice. That was an actual news story. Not joking. It was from Sky News. And I was like, you know, this is news? Like this is some celebrity going to a restaurant and ordering food twice. And then there was an article I got about some actor that got stuck on a plane for 6 hours, so his flight got delayed. And there was like a story on that. And I'm like, how is this like? What about all the millions of people? Their flights get delayed. You know, why is that not a news story? But you know, apparently, a celebrity getting their flight delayed is you know, more important. So that's just it's just stupid. Nobody is more important than everyone. Ghost Games. But it's yeah, it's just so stupid with the celebrities, and I guess I'm gonna have to restart my game here. Black screen sometimes. But you know what I'll tell you is, like, you know, how many teenagers and like young adults today, they could you ask them, what was the Battle of Midway? You know, what was the Battle of the Bulge? You know, two major historical battles in like World War II. Like you know, that the U.S. stopped Germany's last major offensive in Western Europe in late 1944 in Midway, where the U.S. had you know, turned the tide in the Pacific. It was one of the turning points in the Pacific, where if Japan had won the Battle of Midway, they could have taken Midway Island, and then they could have used that as a staging ground to invade Hawaii. Japan could have actually invaded Hawaii if they took Midway. But that part, you ask, you know, young adults, teenagers about this, they don't even know what Midway was. They don't know what the Battle of the Bulge is. But then when you ask them about like celebrities, they're gonna know everything the celebrities do. They know what Beyonce does, Kanye West, all these other people, Tom Cruise. They know exactly what they do, what's on their social media, what their status is, and everything else like that. That it just honestly disgusts me that like people in this day and age, you know, worship these stupid actors and these musicians when they don't even care about things like history, and they don't care about, you know, what our heroes sacrificed or, you know, fought for and stuff like that. I just, yeah. Honestly, I feel like that the movie Midway, I feel that was one of the best World War II movies I've seen. I feel like that movie could have done way better if it came out like 30 years ago. But it's just the society that we have today. It's just it's a historical movie. It doesn't have celebrities or anything in it like that. It's like, oh, who cares? That's the way that people think these days. It's all about what's on Twitter and all the other crap, and that's just you know, that's just, I just don't like that about celebrities. What's up, Professional? I know you're a Sopranos fan, and I'm the beginning of season 4. What's the most satisfying depth up to season 4 and the saddest? I'm trying to remember what seasons people died in. But the most satisfying character's death in the Sopranos. Beginning of season 4. Damn, I'd have to really think. I don't want to tell you. I don't want to tell you a spoiler and name a character that died after season 4. You're on season 4? Okay, wait. So I think I know. Okay, Richie. Richie was I think the most satisfying death in the earlier seasons. Yes, that guy was a piece of crap. I hated Richie. Saucer, can you send me an invite to your session again? Oh wait, there it is. Okay.
You get a couple super chats.
Thank you, Justin, for the super chat. The refund of the GTA 3 Defective Edition that I've made earlier had 3,700 signatures. Try to Google it. Maybe it's all thanks to the Save Reddit Online movement. I thank you for the super chat, Lyro. Unfortunately, I don't think that Rockstar is going to give people refunds for that. But you know, they released the they gave like PC players, I think, the classic games, which is, why don't they just give all the players who bought the definitive edition the classic games on the PlayStation Store? But that's not available anymore, unfortunately. I remember when the definitive edition was coming out, I told people, please buy the original digital games on the PlayStation Store because they're going to be disappearing. And then people are like, nah, the definitive edition is going to be better. And, you know, this happens. What I'll say about the... One nice thing that I'll say about the definitive edition is that the definitive edition, at least some of the cutscenes look better. Some of the character models look better in the definitive edition, but then there's some character models that actually look worse. But that's just that. San Andreas definitive edition was just a disaster. I have defeated all the HD era GTA games even multiple times. I have as well, Jacob. What most kids today, they just mostly play just GTA 5. They won't even remember Normandy. Yep, probably, kids probably won't even remember the Normandy landings in the future because they just care so much about celebrities. I'd rather buy a Hot Wheels car for $1 instead of spending $100 on a shark car just to get a supercar and customize it.
Whoa.
Also, I don't regret leaving GTA Online.
Yep.
It's gotten really ridiculous, the shark cards. Thankfully, though, there are easier ways to make money these days, but I still think it's $100 for an $8 million shark card. That's stupid. I made like $4 million the other day on GTA Online. I just sold like my MC businesses, and I sold like a nightclub, and I made like $4 million. And it's like that's like in less than an hour of playtime. And yes, I know the businesses took a few hours to make, but it's still, that just shows you that, why should I spend like that would have been what, $50 worth of money? Why should I spend that when I could just play the game and do the activities? But it's just the microtransactions are just way overpriced in that game. They just aren't interested in it. It's sad. Yep. And you know what I'll tell you? You know what hey man, missed you. What game, gangster game will you play? What similar games to Scarface Economy are out there? The Godfather 2. I played The Godfather 1. Aldo comes back in The Godfather 2, but he's not a playable character. He's an NPC that you talk to in a few missions. But it's The Godfather 2. I will play that. I'll play that this year. Richie got what he deserved. Thank you, Imperialist. He was insufferable from the clips I've seen of him. I read that Richie was dealt with the same way as Casa in Liberty City Stories. Curious if that was Casa's death was inspired by that, actually. But thank you, Mr. Waifu. Including GTA Chinatown Wars. That was the one I never played, was Chinatown Wars. But I gotta play that one day. Thank you, Jacob.
Like Chinatown Wars, it does have voice actors in there. But just
But you know what I'll tell you guys. Something is why were all the animations Reddit Online sped up? Simple. Why were the animations Reddit Online sped up? Because for the impatient players. It was for the players that kept complaining that Reddit Online wasn't fast-paced enough for those players. It was basically to make it more friendly for GTA Online players. That was the reason that it was sped up, even though it's unrealistic. But I'll tell you, some of these guns, firing these guns like as fast as they are, is very unrealistic. What I'll tell you, like the Navy revolver, you can't reload it that fast. No. That's a black powder firearm. You're not gonna reload it that fast. But it's like what is it? The only gun.
Cartridge system.
The only gun that I think can be fired kind of fast is the bolt action rifle, which this rifle is the Springfield Krag. This is the only rifle that I think the animations are kind of realistic on it. This one, in real life, this gun is a very fast bolt. Like, the bolt is very smooth. And somebody, you know, if it's really good with the bolt and trained with the bolt, they can fire it this fast. And also, the Krag has a very strange design for a bolt-action rifle. It's the only bolt-action rifle that I've ever seen where you can actually load this rifle. You can actually load this rifle without opening up the bolt. You have to still cycle the bolt to chamber the first round, but you can put all 5 rounds in the gun without opening up the bolt. How do you do that? The rifle actually has this little lever on the right side. You see that little gray thing? You open that up, and then you just drop the rounds inside. And you just drop them inside, that's it. It's like a very unique design on the bolt-action rifle. I haven't seen anything like that ever in another bolt-action rifle, but it's, yeah, and so it would, I guess, make it very fast to reload, technically. But, yeah, if you watch the reload animation, see? He's dropping the rounds in that little, like, box thing, like that little, drop box in there. So that's the, thing. What about the shotguns? Shotguns, no. The Browning Auto A12, that's based on the, that's what the semi-automatic shotgun is. Even though it's a semi-auto shotgun, you know, if you tried to rapid-fire that thing, it would break your shoulder. So I doubt that somebody would actually fire it, like, as fast as, like, they do in Reddit Online.
2 super chats.
Yeah, I see them. Hey, Pro, I sent you a few messages on the Saints Row reboot customization. It's crazy, and there was a US medic that fought in World War II without using any guns. That's the guy that's in, Hacksaw Ridge. I gotta see that, movie one day. But thank you for the Super Chat, W3, and I will reply to your message also later. Thank you, Timid Light. Hey, Pro, keep up the great work. Always, happy to support you. Any word on a new lore video? Afina. Thank you, Afina. Oh, we have a Railroad Baron. Do you guys want to do that, or want to stay in this session?
Yeah, why don't we do that?
Yeah.
Just form a posse.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to go to private immediately after it, though.
I know.
We'll
I'll help you do that.
yeah.
Yeah, how about when I get attacked again by some idiot players?
Everyone join the posse. Give it a good.
Did I just push?
Just a few seconds.
Okay. But Athena, I'm making a lore video on Tommy Vercetti, which I hopefully will have out this weekend. Okay, where's my rifle?
Anything else?
Hey Pro, I've been enjoying Scarface, and also, will you be playing Red Dead Redemption 1 whenever? I will do that this year, I just don't know when. But I will do that this year. The thing is, though, is that, like, when it comes to historical movies, like, you know, what really, you know, bothers me personally is that so many people don't care. A lot of these movies are based on, like, true stories, and, like, you know, like, the guy in, Hacksaw Ridge, what's his name? Das was his name, I think. You know, that was a real-life guy, and his religious beliefs, like, forbid him from killing, but he still went off to war as, like, a medic. And he saved, like, so many people without ever firing, like, a bullet. You know, that guy's, like, a real-life hero. But, like, you know, people would just rather, like, watch, like, the Marvel movies today instead of, like, you know, reading about a guy like that. A guy who's, like, an actual hero. But,
Oh, was it a railway?
What's up?
Alright.
Okay.
Oh, was
should
that a
be
railroad?
good If you want to join.
Oh, Railroad Baron, right. Let me join this here. Going in
Yeah,
here.
sorry, look, it's not. Okay. Hang on a second. Controller.
The boss could outsmart Dex by taking over any escape route, but doing it subtly so that Dex is unaware and still thinks he has access to them. Yeah, definitely. But I really wanted them to set up a Dex storyline, but they abandoned that when they did Saints Row 3. And then they did a stupid thing and got out of hell. Thank you, How, for the super chat.
I'll collect them.
But you want to know something? What I'll tell you guys is, like, the best modern example that I can find of, like, the best modern example that I can find of, like, people obsessing over celebrities and, like, you know, not caring about, like, you know, history and other stuff is in that movie, The Revenant. If anybody knows The Revenant, it's a very popular movie. That movie, most of the people that watched that movie did not watch it for the story. The real reason that most people watched that movie was because they wanted to see Leonardo DiCaprio. That was the main reason. If that movie did not have Leonardo DiCaprio, it would not have done as well as it did. But about The Revenant, most people that watch that movie don't even know that's a true story. The guy's name is Hugh Glass in real life. He was a fur trapper from Pennsylvania, and where the movie takes place in modern-day North Dakota. It was in the upper Midwest. Oh, I gotta watch out here. But basically, most people that watch that wouldn't know that. But the thing is, though, and I don't expect people, you know, everybody to know the history. That's not what I'm getting at. But the thing is, though, is that when that movie came out, I remember everybody was just talking about that movie. They were talking about it like crazy, Leonardo DiCaprio and The Revenant. It was a good movie, don't get me wrong. But when I tried to tell people, I'm like, hey, you know this movie was based on a true story also, and I would try to tell them about the real story and what really happened, they wouldn't care. They did not care at all about the actual real story. They didn't care about what happened. Did not care about any of that. The only thing people cared about was just Leonardo DiCaprio's performance. So that basically proved to me that they didn't care about the story at all. They just cared about Leonardo DiCaprio being in the movie. And that's like the perfect example of like you know, celebrity worship. That, damn, you know, now people are using you know, explosive rounds here, but this is you know,
I died.
I can't. I'm trying to get over to the train, but I can't even get over to the train. I keep getting shot in the back.
Yeah, just down to me, it's awesome.
But if you want to know how true is The Revenant to the real life story, I would say the movie is like, I would say the movie is like 40% true and 60% fiction. Some of the stuff that happened in the movie happened in real life. Like in real life, the guy did get mauled by a bear. At the beginning of the movie, when they escaped on the boat, that did happen in real life. But he did get left behind. He did get left behind in real life. Just like, you know, he got left behind by the guy and the younger kid. But in real life, they just left him behind because they thought he was gonna die. It wasn't like in real life where they just it wasn't like in the movie where there was like the guy made up a story to the kid and told him that, like, what did he say? He told him that he died or something like that, and they just left him. Also, the main bad guy that he killed at the end of the movie, he didn't die in real life. So that's not what happened. In real life, he tracked him down to get revenge on him. And what ended up happening was the guy signed up for the military, and how it ended was he couldn't kill the guy because the guy was enlisted in the U.S. Army, and if anybody had killed like a soldier back then, you would have been hanged instantly. And so what happened was he told his commanding officer that he had left him for dead and robbed him because the guy had taken his stuff also. And the U.S. Army officer told him, like, can you prove it that he left you for dead? And he said, he has my rifle with my inscription on it. And so the officer checked. It was Hugh Glass's rifle the guy had. And what ended up happening was the officer concluded that it was Hugh Glass's rifle, but he still could not conclude the story that he had left him for dead. So he ordered him to give him back his rifle and ordered the guy to pay him some wages. But Hugh Glass spared him. And so that was that. The only reason Hugh Glass didn't kill him is because he would have gotten hanged. As for the kid that left him behind, in the movie it was shown at the fort that he was like, he thought that Hugh Glass was dead and Hugh Glass spared him. But in real life, the reason Hugh Glass spared the kid was because he said he was too young to die. So that's what really happened. The story was like a bit, in the movie it was like, exaggerated. What happened at the end was that shootout where he's just chasing him through the woods. But like, most people, like, they didn't read about the story. But yes, Revenant was based on a true story. A lot of people don't know that. Are you available for helping people? I try to help people as much as I can on this game. But yeah, that guy is like Hugh Glass. That guy was like that guy was like tough as hell. Like that, like back even today in like a modern day with all the medicine and all the technology that we have today, trying to survive a bear attack and then trying to recover from that in the middle of the mountains. It's like the fact that he had gotten through that, like back then, that limited technology. That shows, how much of a frontiersman that guy was. Like, he knew the land well and stuff like that. He knew how to survive. But the terrain, oh yeah, the movie terrain that they have in the movie where it's like mountains and stuff like that, it's very unrealistic. That's not what the terrain looked like in real life. In real life, it's just mostly fields. It was mostly fields, some hills, but there wasn't like massive forests and mountains. That was exaggerated for the movie. If they did just like the actual environment with the fields, I think people would have gotten bored by it. So that's why the movie had like, the exaggerated environments, but it's I think they are all killing each other over there, that they're not even getting near the train. Oh wait, now some of them are coming up here.
Yeah, some of them are.
Oh, they blow up.
I think some of them are using dynamite now.
Yeah, they use dynamites.
Yeah.
Go Molotovs.
Oh, come on, seriously, like, it's just, well, at least it was a good shot, I'll give him that, but it was just, it was still, like...
I'm still back on. I got back on.
Getting cover.
Okay, yeah, he was running some kind of tonics there. Probably Lancaster headshot, too.
I'll get the minigun. Oh, never mind. No.
Oh, come on, dude. I'm here using a Navy revolver, and you're spamming this crap.
It's at this. I think someone's on board.
Yep, he is.
Yeah.
I know I mentioned it once, but Jackie Chan sucked up to the Chinese government during the Hong Kong protests. I would say he's more or less a traitor to Hong Kong since he's a Hong Konger. Oh yeah, I heard about that. I've lost all respect for Jackie Chan. I've lost all respect for John Cena also. John Cena did the same thing. Well, John Cena didn't comment on the Hong Kong protests. He did deny that Taiwan was a country. He apologized to the Chinese government over that, and so that's like I lost all respect for like John Cena. I can't believe I liked John Cena when I was a kid. I can't believe I did. I can't believe I looked up to him when I was a kid. It was just like I lost all respect for Cena as well. And honestly, I don't see him anymore. If you get the meaning, I just don't pay attention to him anymore. It's to me, he's nothing more than a sellout to the Chinese Communist Party.
There he is.
Have I seen Saving Private Ryan, and what are your thoughts on it? You have. It's one of my most favorite war movies, and it's pretty brutal. Yeah, it's Saving Private Ryan. I think it's a really good movie. It's been some time since I saw it, but I do remember a bit of it, and it's a really And one part of like what my favorite scene in Saving Private Ryan was? I actually remember the scene really well. My favorite scene in the movie is like it's like kind of like I guess a little bit midway through the movie, a little early on in the movie. It's when it's after the Normandy landings. It's when they're going through like that French town, and then the sniper shoots Vin Diesel. That was like my favorite scene, and it's like when you see the French civilians, and then you see like the little girl and stuff like that. that's like, you know, a perfect depiction of like what actually happened like in the war, because like a lot of war games, like you're just fighting like, you know, German troops for like French cities and stuff like that, but it's like you never see the civilians in like a World War II game. And so like I like that scene that it just showed the brutality of like the war and showed how horrible it was. And you just saw like the French civilians, you know, scared that their daughter was gonna die, and then the German sniper that was just trying to pick them off. But that sniper was committing a war crime. Because the reason that he didn't kill Vin Diesel when he shot him is because he was waiting for somebody to try to pick Vin Diesel up and then shoot him. And so that he was trying to use Vin Diesel as bait. That's why none of the other guys picked up Vin Diesel to try to help him, because the German sniper was waiting until somebody picked him up.
I think my favorite scene on that movie was when the real guy, Damon. I like how he said to him, I said, he lost all his brothers. Which one? All of them. Can't think of his character's name, but yeah, I like that one when he said all of them. Lost all of his brothers. Cracked me up.
There we go.
Wow, me and Brendan ties with this.
Oh, it was Ryan. I like when Ryan lost all his brothers, and the other guy said, which one? And he said all of them.
No, I don't have a favorite celebrity. I don't follow the celebrities around. I did awful. Pro, if Rockstar won't release a DLC for Red Dead Online this summer, does that officially means they gave up on the game? Yep. It's going to be a year since the game released an update. That will pretty much be confirming to me that it's over. You missed my previous super chat. I did, George? I'm sorry if I did. Oh, I was it the Saving Private Ryan one? I replied to that one. If I don't read your comment right away, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to read a lot of comments. I've seen an actual reaction from D-Day vets commented on the landings, and the vets really cried, saying how realistic they were. This was years ago. Yeah. And I can imagine how horrible that is. Like, you know, you're going through all this training, but that boat opens up, you know, that raft, and you could just get gunned down instantly. And it could just be over like that. That's just what was so scary about that. They had almost no cover, and they had to move up towards the beach, clear out those bunkers. That was just horrible. I have so much respect for the veterans that went through that. Okay, let me... over here, Hey, Happy Friday. What are your thoughts on The Last of Us 1 getting a PS5 remaster? Honestly, Eric, I really don't care for it. Thank you for the super chat. I don't care for The Last of Us. I appreciate the super chat, but The Last of Us 1 remake, I don't care for it. It's just, I would have been a little bit more interested in The Last of Us 1 remake if they had brought in the multiplayer in, because I actually used to be into the multiplayer, like the factions multiplayer, but they said that there's not going to be any multiplayer remaster, which is it's a shame. But it's like, I'll tell you this about The Last of Us, is like, I did not like The Last of Us 2. I didn't. You know, I didn't think that the story was well written. I just didn't enjoy it. And it's you know people say that like you have to play it to try to to experience it and to enjoy it. Well, I didn't play it. I saw a full playthrough, so I saw literally from start to finish, and I did not like what the direction the story went. And the gameplay was good in The Last of Us 2. I'm not denying that. The graphics were decent, but I just didn't like the direction that the story went in. I thought they could have written that way better.
I think they can put. I think it's gonna put us in poker.
Oh, is it? We'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to find a new session here. Hold on, I'll do it right now. Are Rockstar fanboys worse than PC and console fanboys? True. Yeah. I would say Rockstar fanboys are worse than PC and console fanboys, because even though the console fanboys are annoying, they just prefer the PC. Like I would say the PC fanboys are probably like the least worse. Because PC there's no universal company for that, like, you know, made that they're all behind. Like anybody, you know, PC players are just all over. Like there's so many different gaming computers that people have. Consoles, it's just, you know, strictly Xbox and strictly PlayStation. But the reason the Rockstar fanboys are worse than the console and the PC fanboys is because Rockstar has done really greedy things, like really stupid. The console wars are mostly about, you know, people debating about what they're debating about what console is better. It's annoying, sure. I don't think Xbox is better than PlayStation. I don't think PlayStation is better than Xbox. But it's just mostly just people arguing about what console is better. The Rockstar fanboys, on the other hand, you have people that are gonna defend Rockstar, even the stupidest things they've done. I've seen people defend Rockstar on GTA Plus. I've seen actually people defend Rockstar, saying it's a good investment for them. And that, like, to me, when I read comments like that, that's like, you know, like, I think to myself, like, how low do you have to sink to literally, like, defend, like, such a greedy corporation? Rockstar is not to the company that used to be. And people cling on to, like, Rockstar because they made, like, these games that they cared about. Sure, they made awesome, great games in the past, but it's like, this is not the same developer. And a lot of the people that made those classic games that these same fanboys love have left. And there's a reason that people are leaving Rockstar. It's either Rockstar is the problem or everybody else is the problem at this point, because it's so many people have left Rockstar, so many people have quit, and it's like Leslie Benzies, you know, Dan Houser. I don't know if that would technically be quit, but he stepped down. Laszlo, and what they're also not talking about is they're not talking about all the Rockstar devs that stepped down, like, you know, artists and stuff like that, people that write stories. You know, there are people like, you know, smaller developers that you don't hear about in the news that have stepped down and they've left Rockstar. And so, you know, you read these stories about, like, you know, people demanding GTA 6. There's like, where's GTA 6? GTA 6, this and that. But does nobody care about the workers at Rockstar? Does nobody care about the average worker and what they go through? It's like only people care about the stupid GTA 6 crap. But I remember when Red Dead Redemption 2 was first coming out. When it was first coming out, there was that report. Remember that report that came out, which said that Rockstar was, like, working the workers, like, constantly in overtime with very little breaks. And Rockstar didn't really deny that report when that came out. And that had me, like, really concerned. I was like, they're really pushing their workers on this game. I know they're putting a lot of work into a game, but, you know, people are human beings, and you can't just push them like this. But the way I look at some of these comments, and the way I see some of these comments is like, people don't care. They don't care if somebody's pushed to the brink. They just care about getting their stupid game. And so that's like, that to me, that disgusts me. It's like, I think people come first. And, you know, if I have to wait, like, a year more for a game, so be it. Like, I don't want a developer to, you know, stress themselves out and cause themselves health problems. So, and I'm not even talking about the bosses at Rockstar. I'm talking about the average worker that's abused by the bosses. So that's just, like, that's that. Well, that's, you know, what I think Rockstar fanboys. I think they are just, you know... Thank you, Lyro, for the super chat. Simo Haiha from the Winter War is a true hero. It's a shame that almost no one knows who he is. Yes, I know who that guy is. That guy is the world's deadliest sniper. Over 505 confirmed kills. He used the Finnish M38, and he used iron sights also. He did not use a scope. And the reason that he used iron sights so it wouldn't give away his position. He also chewed on snow so that his breath wouldn't be shown. So that was, I would like to see Simo Haiha be a character in Sniper Elite, like a DLC character you can play as. That'd be cool.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let me know whenever.
Alright, get ready.
Okay.
Now.
Okay. And for people wondering, you know, why I don't like The Last of Us 2, I've seen a few comments, people talking about my comments about The Last of Us 2 before. I don't even really have a problem with the character of Abby. I just think that Abby was just written badly. That's it. If I was, you know, and I guess I'll say some spoilers here, but like it's already been, I guess, 2 years, and probably people don't care, but I'm warning, I'm gonna say some Last of Us 2 spoilers here. Like, about Abby in The Last of Us 2 is, like, if I was writing that story, like, you know, what I would have done personally different is that, like, you know, Abby, like, kind of starts out the same way, but, like, what always I didn't understand about, like, what I didn't understand about the whole Abby thing is that, yes, Joel killed her dad, I get that and all, but when she traveled all the way to Wyoming to, like, kill Joel, and literally she's about to get mauled by a bunch of infected, like, she's about to die. Like, if Joel did not step in, she would be dead. And Joel saved her life, like, twice, and literally right after that, like, Abby has like no conflict in her mind, like none whatsoever. Like she basically thinks that Joel is a devil. That's like the way that Abby sees Joel. Like to her, Joel is the devil. And so like this guy just saved her life twice, and so she might be thinking like, okay, this guy killed my dad, but maybe there's something more going on here. Maybe like you know I have to find out some more things or something like that. But no, like Joel saved her life, and she doesn't even give him a quick death. She just proceeds to just, you know, shoot him in the leg with a shotgun and just torture him and just slowly kill him with a golf club. And that's just like, to me, that was just like I was like, you know, I was like, what? Like when I watched that, I was like, you know, what are they doing? You know, that was just that about The Last of Us 2. It was just I didn't know what was going on, but what I would have done differently is instead of Abby, like, you know, going crazy and just killing Joel at the golf club, how I would have written the story is that you would still play as Abby, but basically what would happen is that Abby, instead of killing Joel, would then join Joel's settlement, and she would live in, like, you know, in the, what was the name of the settlement? I'm trying to remember. It was like the, that town that they lived in Wyoming, but she would join the settlement, and she would live there for, like, a few months, and she would be conflicted throughout the game. And she would be thinking, do I want to kill this guy? And she would get to know Joel and stuff like that and try to, like, you know, think this guy killed my father. And then eventually at the end of the game, there's, like, some confrontation or something like that. And Joel is about to die, and then Abby has to make a choice. Do I save the guy that killed my dad or not? I think that would have been much better, and that would have been a much more enjoyable story. But the way that they did it is just, I just don't like it. Jackson, that was the place. This the way that they did it personally, I just didn't like it. Okay, I think I'm going to have to restart here. And look, you can feel free to disagree with me, and you can say that you love The Last of Us 2, but I'm just explaining to you why I didn't like it. I don't even dislike Abby as a character. I just think Abby was just badly written. I think that Abby could have been written better, and I think the whole thing could have just been you know, done better. But just, you know, just coming in out of nowhere and just, you know, going crazy, torturing Joel, and just I think that was just too much, and I think that didn't make much sense to me personally. Pro, would you rather live in a state where monopolies rule and there is no regulation, or a state where there is so much regulation and there's no economic freedom? I don't know. That's both of those suck. But what I'll say is that you basically, that's what a lot of states were like during the Industrial Revolution, where you had monopolies and they pretty much controlled everything. But basically, in both of those states, you would have massive poverty. You would have poverty in the overregulation state because there's too much regulation. Nobody can do anything. Nobody can make money. And then in the other state where the monopoly is, everybody's just working for the same company. Like there's no other opportunity anywhere else, and the company's just ripping everyone else off. So there's just that. I think both. I don't really want to make a decision on that. Both of those suck.
That was not murder.
Okay, Saucer, can you send me another invite?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Oh, Brandon, you're in Saucer's session?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody else is here.
Okay.
I think that you should just assume it's going to fail.
That one
And
sucks.
You could just.
I have to sometimes
immediately-
close my app because the invites fail.
Yeah, just close your app.
Mhm.
You know, once I'm in my private session, and then that would expedite it.
Professional, how many presidents have been there during the Cold War, and can you name them? The U.S. presidents during the Cold War: Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Reagan, Carter. He was near the end of the Cold War, I think. Was Carter's term, but it's yeah, that was pretty much almost all the presidents during the Cold War. Okay, let me start up a posse here. Don't forget Bush Sr. Oh, was Bush... Well, Bush Sr., yes, then Bush Sr. was at the very end of the Cold War. Gonna fast travel you guys all inside the Moonshine Shack.
Oh no, I'm not. Oh,
The
never
G
mind,
Fuel
I-
situation? What are you talking about? The energy drink? What do you mean? No, I never played poker in real life.
We have a batch ready to go.
Yeah, sure, I'd like mansions in GT Online.
Yeah, the only problem is you can't buy a mansion you want.
We got ourselves a music lover.
No, I haven't tried the Boss Factory.
Okay, hope y'all like this one. We sure do.
Okay. That daily challenge should be done soon. I had like a minute left to dance. Is there a Red Dead DLC this summer? Maybe. We're gonna have to see. Favorite American president of all time and of the Cold War? Well, I'm gonna kind of. I don't think I'm really gonna answer this question. Maybe I'll answer historically. But it's just I tend to stay away from politics on this channel because this is just a gaming channel. Imperialist. I appreciate the super chat.
But do not rush, eh? More speed, less haste, as you say. I tell you something. Back in France, Working with my father, we could deliver 200 bouteilles of Calvados in a single afternoon with only a cigarette for breakfast. That was the life of a real bouilleur de cru, eh? Well, do what you can.
Me personally, I'm not a fan of these two games, but which do you prefer, Call of Duty or Battlefield? My brother's a super fan of Battlefield, and we both played Call of Duty with some of our friends. Well, the thing is, though, is it's weird, Jacob. It's weird that what I'll say about... I'm traditionally a Battlefield player. I played the Call of Duty games as well, but I'm traditionally a Battlefield player. And though recently, in recent years, I like Call of Duty more than Battlefield, and I never thought I'd like Call of Duty more than Battlefield again. Because the Call of Duty games disgusted me when they started doing all the futuristic crap. But recently, like, you know, Battlefield 5 and Battlefield 2042 have been disasters. And so I enjoyed Modern Warfare 2019 way more than I enjoyed a Battlefield game recently. The last Battlefield game I enjoyed was Battlefield 1. So I think I'm gonna enjoy Modern Warfare 2 a lot, but like 2042 has been a disaster. And as for answering historically, one president that I think is a very underrated president that I don't think gets a bit of credit. And every president has, you know, done bad things and good things. So I understand that Teddy Roosevelt also did some bad things. But about Teddy Roosevelt was the guy who broke up a lot of the monopolies in America. So he's the guy who, you know, transitioned America to a more competitive economy. Because, like, before when he was president, basically what had happened was the entire U.S. economy was just controlled by a few monopolies. That's basically what it was. There's monopolies all over the place. And what they were basically doing is they were doing trusts. And trust is basically where two large corporations that are supposed to be competitors would actually work together to manipulate the market and rip off the consumer. And Teddy Roosevelt, what he did was he broke up the trusts. So he broke up the trusts, he broke up a lot of these corporations, he stopped a lot of the monopolies. He didn't stop every monopoly, but he stopped a lot of them, and he put in laws against monopolies. He signed laws against monopolies, laws against trusts. Teddy Roosevelt was also the guy who cleaned up the meat industry. The meat industry, back in the day, what happened was when there was no regulation in the meat factories, like the food factories, so what would happen is they would have rats all over the place in like food factories, and they would drop a piece of meat off the conveyor belt, and it would fall, a bunch of rats would chew on it, and then they would just put it back on the belt, and they would sell it in supermarkets. And people got sick from that and died. Teddy Roosevelt was the guy who brought in health inspectors. So whenever you see health inspectors come into restaurants, Teddy Roosevelt is the guy who did that. If it wasn't for him, there wouldn't be health inspectors coming to restaurants. He's also the guy who created the FDA. So whenever you eat something, and there's like, you see the little packaging on there and it tells you what's in there, how much protein it has, how much fat it has, he did that. So he required all foods to, like, you know, have that on the labels. So yes, I know Teddy Roosevelt, you know, isn't the best guy, and I know he did some, you know, other questionable things, but some of his policies were really good at the time. And so I think he did help America a lot when he was president. But that's just answering it from a historical perspective. I'm not going to answer any modern presidents because I don't get into politics. I also think FDR did a good job during World War II. But I think that but if you're asking me what do I think is the best U.S. president of all time, the best U.S. president is a very easy question to answer. The best U.S. president of all time, it's George Washington. And it's for just one simple reason. Because without him, we'd have no country. So he takes the top spot, and no other president will ever beat that. Okay, here we go.
Thank God for that.
Did you know that the Scarface remaster project? I did know about that, Hunter, because it's the Scarface remaster project. Well, it's like I said, you know, all the presidents did bad things. You know, they all did bad things. You know, I'm fully aware of, you know, the dark history behind Washington also. But there's, you know, all presidents have just done bad things. Did you know of Scarface? Yeah, well, I answered. Yeah, Hunter, I'm sorry, I'm just losing a little track. Yes, is I wanted to do the remastered, but I wasn't able to run the mod, unfortunately. Yes, George Washington did. George Washington, you know, George Washington did own slaves. That's, you know, one of the dark things about our about some of our founding fathers. But when you look at these like figures in history, I think that, you know, you have to you can't just look at them from just all, you know, all in our country's history. You can't look at them from all just good, and you can't look at them from all bad. You got to cover everything. You got to cover the good things they did, and you got to cover the bad things they did. So I think everything needs to be covered. But if it wasn't for him, we would have no country. That's the point that I was making. So I accept that he did bad things also, but there would be no country without him also.
He did enslave people for, I don't know, over 50 years, but he did struggle with it, that institution, and he did write of his desire to end the practice.
Yes, also it was during the Revolutionary War, there was a lot of southern states that would have supported the British if the American forefathers had criticized slavery at the time. So that's another factor. It doesn't, you know, excuse it, obviously, but it's
The slaves, they're not allowed to vote on an election. Like,
why did inflation skyrocket starting January 2021 even though COVID was over? Not political, want your opinion economically on what went wrong exactly. Well, it's, if you want to know my opinion, it's just what I'm gonna say right now. Like, I'm not gonna try to get into politics on this, but the reason that I think inflation happened is because I think the government was printing too much money. I think the government was printing too much money, and, you know, people would argue that other countries have inflation too. That is true, but the US is a large part of the world's economy. So when the US is also going to be struggling, other countries are going to be thrown into that as well. But basically, what I think caused it is I think the US government was printing too much money, and on top of that is also the oil crisis. About that is there was oil leases that were shut down. The government had shut down oil leases, had not allowed drilling in certain places. That caused an oil problem. And so basically what happens is when companies aren't able to drill in certain places, you know, there's not as much oil in the market. So the oil that's on the market is going to go up in value. And also on top of that, companies are going to be sending it in with trains and trucks. And so what happens is when they're sending it in with trains and trucks and they're not using things like pipelines, that's not going to stop the flow of gas. The gas is still going to come in, but it's going to become more expensive because now they have to hire truck drivers and they have to hire train drivers. So that's just my opinion on what I think. It's not, you know, don't take it as fact, but just for people wanting to know what I think on it. I think it's just printing too much money, and I think it's like, you know, not allowing some of the places to be leased for oil companies, and I think that's what caused a lot of it. I know the war of Russia and Ukraine had a little bit of an effect on it. I get that, but the war of Russia and Ukraine has more of effect on bread prices than it does on oil, because a lot of bread comes from Ukraine and Russia. The oil prices were going up way before the Russia and Ukraine war. If you look at charts, you'll see that the oil prices and the inflation was going up way before the Russia and the Ukraine crisis too. So when I hear like the government say that it's mostly because of the war, I don't believe that. I know the war has a little bit of an effect on it. I get that, but it's the problem has been happening before the war started. That's to answer your question. Thank you for the super chat. But don't ask me any political questions, guys. I only answered that question because it was an economic question. But don't ask me politics, because I don't talk politics on this channel. I stay away from that. I'm just an entertainer. I have no right to, you know, really, you know, say any kind of political viewpoint.
Well...
Oh, I found an antique bottle. It's been a long time since I found a collectible and enemy. Okay.
Dumb mule. Whoa, what the hell?
What do I think about Abraham Lincoln? I think he was a I think he was a decent president. I think he was a great president. I think he's definitely, you know, if you look at like the top 5 American presidents in history, I would definitely put him on there. Yes, Abraham Lincoln did do a lot, and Abraham Lincoln helped end the Civil War. He helped to end slavery.
That's good to know for this.
But what I'll say is that like a lot of the basically, I'll tell you guys something about history in regards to Abraham Lincoln. Let me just get this guy out of here. But what I'll tell you about Abraham Lincoln is while Abraham Lincoln did, you know, abolish slavery, and he did want to make it illegal. Abraham Lincoln was a bit racist also. That's, you know, a lot of people don't know that. But about Abraham, he did, you know, more good than bad. But what happened was with this, his vice president was Andrew Johnson. I'm trying to, I keep mixing it up. Oh, okay, it's Andrew Jackson was the other president, right? So Andrew Johnson was his vice president. And now about Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Johnson was from Tennessee, so he was from a southern state. But Andrew Johnson had supported Lincoln and the Union during the Civil War. And now here's the thing about it is, Andrew Johnson was much more racist than Lincoln, and he was the worst president to take over after Lincoln died. Like, Johnson was the worst person to take over after Lincoln died, the worst one. If Lincoln had lived, I think that the country would have been rebuilt much better if Lincoln had lived. But basically, what had happened was, when Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, a lot of the southern states at the time were celebrating. They were happy that Lincoln was assassinated, and they thought that it was going to be good for them because Andrew Johnson was going to be president now, and Andrew Johnson was a Southerner. But even though Andrew Johnson was a Southerner, he hated a lot of the southern states. And the reason he hated a lot of the southern states is because when Andrew Johnson was growing up, a lot of the people around him were like the rich southern aristocrats. I don't know if you'd call them aristocrats in America, but they were like the rich elites in the South. They treated him really badly. Like, really badly, and he had a personal grudge against them ever since. And so when Andrew Johnson came to power, he said that he's gonna make them suffer as much as possible. And so Lincoln's plan after the Civil War was he wanted to rebuild the South, and he was gonna rebuild the South. That was pretty much it, you know, Reconstruction under Lincoln was gonna be more rebuilding infrastructure, you know, helping people get back to work, you know, making sure that all slavery was illegal. But Andrew Johnson, you know, slavery was illegal. Andrew Johnson was way more, you know, strict. He was way more unforgiving on, like, you know, towns that were devastated by the war. I'm not talking about the generals in the Confederacy. I'm talking about, like, towns that were destroyed and, like, civilians that were displaced. Like, Andrew Johnson was not, did not help people like that. Lincoln would help people. But it was, Andrew Johnson was the worst person to lead after the Civil War ended. So the southern states were celebrating when Lincoln was dead, but Lincoln would have rebuilt the South much better than Johnson did. So That was the ironic thing, that Johnson was a Southerner, but yet he did worse for the South than Lincoln would have. But yeah, Johnson was a pretty bad president. They tried to impeach him also, so Oh, JFK I think was a decent president also.
Yes.
When do we get a U.S. president's tier list? I'm not going to do that because I don't do politics. I'm only going to talk about those presidents because those are historical presidents. I'm not going to talk any modern presidents. Nothing from like, nothing past like 1990 and so I'm not going to talk about.
Hello, sir. Probably shouldn't tell you this, but they say the widow Carter smokes dope.
Let me look here. I think I missed a few super chats. What if modern M203 grenade launchers were added for Mark II ARs in GTA Online? Oh. I don't think that would be good, DL Gaming. This is why they need to mandate electric vehicles, like to get rid of gasoline vehicles, unless you'll like paying $100 to fill up. The U.S. has the cheapest gas in the Western world. And the U.S. could actually have even cheaper gas if more, if more places are allowed to drill. People don't realize that. People don't realize how much gasoline Alaska has, for instance. They don't realize that. But what I'll tell you is personally is, I don't like that policy. I don't. I have nothing against electric cars, but I don't like the idea of the government trying to tell you to drive electric cars. I like the government staying out of my personal life, and so I don't like the idea of the government trying to tell you that you have to drive an electric car or trying to get people to pay higher taxes for driving gasoline cars. I don't think that's fair. I think it's up to the consumer to decide on whether they want to drive an electric car or a gasoline car. And also on top of that is these electric car factories are run by gasoline on top of that, so it's people think that like with electric cars there'd be no need for gasoline. It's not true. I don't think people realize how much the electric car companies depend on the gasoline industry. And on top of that is a lot of these electric car batteries, they're made out of stuff that can be very harmful to the environment. So they are an alternative. I don't think electric cars are bad or anything, but I don't like the idea of the government personally trying to tell you that you have to drive an electric car. I don't like that. I know that's common in Europe, and I know Europeans are probably going to tell me this is normal in Europe for gasoline taxes, but, something like, we don't have something like that in America, and if we did have if the government did put, like, something like that, like massive taxes on gasoline, there'd be massive outrage, because people don't drive electric cars in the same rate in America as they do in Europe. Like, Europe, there's just way more electric cars. Not like that in America. If you look at a country like France, for instance, France a few years ago had massive protests. And the reason that France had massive protests was because the president of France had put on gasoline taxes. And he wanted to encourage people to drive electric cars. And the problem with that was that the majority of people in Paris had supported that, because a lot of the people in Paris had driven around electric cars. But if you go out in the countryside in France, like the farms and everything, everybody out there drives gasoline cars. And so what happened is a lot of the people that live in the towns in France and the farms aren't as rich as the people that live in the cities. And so when they have to pay higher taxes for driving gasoline cars, they were really outraged about that. And that's why you had those massive protests in France. And the French president eventually suspended like the gasoline tax. But that policy was put in place without thinking about the countryside, because that gasoline tax in France was put in from the people in the cities were the ones who decided on that. And they didn't think about the people in the countryside. They didn't think about what the impact would have on the countryside. And so they did that without trying to talk to the people in the country, without trying to talk to people in the rural communities, and that's what ended up happening. Was you had those massive protests in France directly as a result of that. Oh, thank you, Imperialist, for the super chat. It's like I said, like, the founding fathers, they were not perfect people. They had, they did bad things. A lot of the founding fathers owned slaves. That is true. It's a horrible, dark part in our history that, we need to cover and we need to talk about. But I don't think that the founding fathers were evil. I don't think that. People think that they're evil. I don't think they were evil. I think that they were just somewhere in the middle. They helped found this country, and they eventually put into place to abolish it. And I think a lot of the founding fathers, they had like negative views of slavery, so they did that. I think somebody, you know, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think it was Thomas Jefferson that, wrote in his will to free the slaves. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. I know as one of the founders had, you know, written that in his, but there was a, what was it, another American founding father that's not talked about a lot is, trying to remember the guy's name. Kosciuszko. Kosciuszko, he's not talked about a lot. Kosciuszko is considered an American founding father, but he wasn't from the U.S., he was from Poland, even though he helped found America. Kosciuszko was a Polish general, and so he fought in the American Revolutionary War. He helped train American troops. He was a very, you know, major part of the revolution. He fought in a lot of battles. Kosciuszko was very anti-slavery. Like, he considered slavery, like, you know, hard evil of humanity. And so Kosciuszko lobbied tremendously to try to repeal slavery. So that was like one of the... So not all of the founding fathers, you know, supported that. Kosciuszko was like an example of that. Also, you have to remember that at the time when the founding fathers were alive, you know, they didn't believe that women should have rights. But, you know, we've progressed as, like, a society, and so, like, women have equal rights now. So it's just, you know, it doesn't, I'm not saying it excuses any of the bad stuff they did. I'm not saying that at all. But it was a very, very different time period when they were alive. So while they're not, you know, perfect people, you know, they did bad things, they did good things. But I think when you look at history, I think you need to approach it from, like, a non-biased perspective. And I guess I do see it in a biased perspective in a way because I'm an American. But I understand, you know, the founders were not perfect. They did bad things as well. But ultimately, you know, my position is that without them, there'd be no country. So there was that's why history is complicated. It's very complicated. You have to look at it, like, there's some people in history that you look at and you know 100% they're evil. They're really evil, terrible people, like Hitler and Stalin. You know 100% they're evil, terrible people. But then there's other people in history that you gotta, like, look at, and I think you gotta look at it, like, look at through their whole life, you know, look at some of the good things they did, some of the bad things they did. And that's, I think, the way that history should, you know, you should look at it personally. How well do you understand Russian or Ukrainian? Thank you for the super chat, Jacob. I understand. My father speaks both Russian and Ukrainian, and not only that, he speaks also Belarusian. My grandmother, her first language is actually Belarusian. So she spoke fluent Belarusian, and then she learned Polish. That was her first language. But it's you know, I always wanted to know to possibly learn Belarusian. That was the language that my grandma speaks, but yeah, she passed away when I was very young, unfortunately. Let me see bounty here. But when I hear, like, Belarusian, you know, Russian and Ukrainian, I understand, like, some words. Some words are very similar to Polish, but, like, when they're speaking sentences, I'll know what, like, some of the words they say, I know what they'll say in those sentences, but I don't know, like, you know, still what they're fully saying. So that's just that. That's how I see the other languages there. Who will win a fight? Tony Montana, video game version of Scarface, or Trevor Phillips from GTA 5? That's a very hard question to answer. Maybe Tony, because he would have a lot of backup with him too. Call of Duty World at War was, like, the best World War II game. Does Alaska have more oil than Texas? Yeah, it would. Danger Close, M203S, Leones with shotguns. A one-man army Danger Close. Yeah, I remember that. Oppressor Mark IIs, Ultor Tornado attack choppers, RPG enemies, grenade enemies, and the Lost and Damned gang wars. Who would win? The Leones with their shotguns would kill everyone, Mr. Waifu. Thank you for the super chat. Canada has the third biggest reserve of oil in the world, yet we import from the U.S. and dictatorships because our government prefers to make dictatorships profit instead of our workers and economy. Yeah, I would agree with that, imperialist. It's the same thing in my country too. The U.S. has so much oil that we don't need to buy oil from other countries. We don't, and we could sell oil to our own people at a discount. But the U.S. just relies on so much foreign oil, and do you know why they rely on so much foreign oil? Lobbying. Lobbying is the reason. You know, it's like, the thing is, though, is that the government is like, the U.S. government sometimes, like, I don't want to get into politics here, but sometimes, like, I look at what they're doing and I think to myself, like, what are they thinking? Like, when they're trying to go to, like, Venezuela and Iran for, like, oil right now during this crisis, when Venezuela and Iran both hate America. And it's just like, what are you people doing trying to go to these countries for oil that are going to rip us off or say no when you could just try to drill oil in our own country? I don't get that personally, but it's just, yeah, it's just, if you want to know a perfect example of, like, of lobbying and stuff like that, look at the country of Turkmenistan. Anybody knows where the country of Turkmenistan is? Turkmenistan is a country used to be part of the Soviet Union. It's in Central Asia, and Turkmenistan is a brutal dictatorship. I can't pronounce the dictator's name because his name is so long, but Turkmenistan is a brutal dictatorship. And if you want to know how bad the dictatorship in Turkmenistan is, it's the second most unfree country in the world. If you want to know what the most unfree country in the world is, that's North Korea. So Turkmenistan is right behind North Korea. That's how much of an unfree country Turkmenistan is. And the dictator of Turkmenistan does some really horrible things to his people, and the country has always had dictators. So it had a first dictator, and the first dictator died in 2006, and the second dictator took over and has been ruling the country for like 16 years now. Now, about Turkmenistan is the previous dictator actually shut down all hospitals outside the cities because he said it was a waste of money to have hospitals outside the cities. So he didn't think that people in the rural communities, people that were living in, like, small, poor towns, deserved hospitals. And so I can't imagine how many people died alone because of those stupid policies. But then you have the secret police in Turkmenistan that have responsible for how many kidnappings, and state TV, state newspaper, everything is controlled by the government. And in Turkmenistan, almost all the buildings in the capital city are painted white. They're all painted white and made it a marble because the dictator ordered that all buildings be painted white, and people can only drive around in white and gray cars. That's not a joke. That is actually a real policy in Turkmenistan. The dictator built this giant statue of gold of his dog. So he built a giant golden statue of his dog in, like, the middle of the city square. Trying to think of some other stuff that he did. But going back to the oil, what I was talking about earlier, is you're probably thinking to yourself, if Turkmenistan is this really evil government and does these horrible things, why is nobody saying anything about that? Why is, like, the U.S. government not saying anything about it? Why is the United Nations not saying anything about it? Why are they not condemning Turkmenistan like they're condemning North Korea? The reason they're not condemning Turkmenistan like they're condemning North Korea is for a few reasons. The first reason is Turkmenistan has no nuclear weapons. North Korea has nuclear weapons. Turkmenistan does not threaten its neighbors. North Korea constantly threatens its neighbors. So even though Turkmenistan and North Korea pretty much do the same thing to their people, Turkmenistan doesn't threaten other countries. And also the most important reason, Turkmenistan is one of the largest natural gas reserves in the world. And they sell that natural gas to all countries in the world. Turkmenistan is officially a neutral country. So it sells natural gas to Russia, and it sells natural gas to the West also. And so the West and Russia both get natural gas very cheap from Turkmenistan. And because of that, they look the other way. Because they're getting cheap natural gas, they look the other way at what the dictatorship is doing. So it's all about profits for them. They don't care about what the dictator is doing to his people, just the fact that they get cheap natural gas. If they really cared, about democracy and stuff like that, they would have said something against Turkmenistan. But I never hear any president or any government official ever criticize Turkmenistan and say, we gotta do something about this, we got a psycho dictator. Never. I constantly hear about North Korea, but I never hear anything about Turkmenistan, even though it's just as bad as North Korea. So that's just that's just the thing. What you were telling me earlier, that, like, the oil and stuff like that, they buy it from other countries. It's just like that. It's lobbying from, like, a government like Turkmenistan is the reason that, you get natural gas from a place like that. Questionable human rights records. And look at even Saudi Arabia, too. Saudi Arabia is considered a U.S. ally, and Saudi Arabia, yet they do horrible things. Like, that Saudi Arabia is by no means a democracy. They do horrible things. It's just, it's terrible.
Here, enjoy.
Let me look at some more super chats here. And like I said, imperialist is like, you know, putting a tax on gasoline is not going to, I don't think that's going to help. I think that's going to hurt the consumer. Let me see here. I'm going to go right now. Let's see, Does anyone need help selling anything, by the way?
I know.
Okay. Oh, PvP Cats? Well, I'll send PvP Cats a message and I'll ask him how he's doing. Thank you, Seth, for the super chat. Yes, the war is still going on in Ukraine. It's horrible.
You know something? I killed a rabbit, but I got $1 for that.
Let me see here. So no one needs help selling anything?
No.
You know, about that war in the Ukraine-Russia war, I don't think that people, fully understand how lucky they are to live in the countries they live in. If they're living in like a country like mine, for instance, Russia is that type of place where you call it a war when the Russian government denies it's a war, and they'll send you to 15 years in prison. So the amount of people that have been fleeing Russia recently, but it's I don't think a lot of people realize just how good they have it in their countries. I'm not saying everything's perfect and to be happy with everything, but other countries, you say anything against the government, they'll just throw you in prison, or even worse. I'm at Coulter, by the way, guys. If you import oil from Iran, that oil is still going to be drilled and will produce carbon emissions, the same emissions if drilled in Canada. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, it's going to be, everything produces it. But, you know what I think is? I think the government is going about this the wrong way. When they're trying to tax people that are based on, like, they're trying to tax gasoline. And I talked to a Norwegian guy about this, and I literally said to him, like, by putting in, like, a tax on gasoline, isn't that attacking, like, car owners? And then he told me that's the point. It's to encourage them to not drive around in gasoline cars. Well, my response to that is that not everyone can afford an electric vehicle. Some of these electric vehicles are, like, really expensive. And also, what I'll say is that electric vehicles don't work everywhere. I'm not one of those people that's, like, completely against electric vehicles. I think they're also, some are good. And I understand that, carbon emissions aren't good for the environment either. But about these electric vehicles is I live in the upper Midwest. And here where I live in the upper Midwest, it gets very, very cold in the winter. Like, just like how cold it is in Coulter in the game, it's actually colder here in the winter than it is in Coulter. Like, in Coulter, it's going to be like, 0 degrees sometimes in this game. Where I live in the winter time, the coldest that I've seen it drop to is minus 40 Fahrenheit. That's how cold I've seen it drop to, and that's in Fahrenheit. That's with wind chill, to be fair, but it's very cold. You don't want to go outside in that type of temperature, even for emergencies. It's just very dangerous. But anyways, almost everyone here drives around with pickup trucks. They drive around in gasoline pickup trucks or SUVs. Gasoline pickup trucks and SUVs, and then I see some bikers. But that's it. I do see, like, other cars like sedans, but the cars that I see are in the city mostly. When I'm driving in the countryside, I very rarely see sedans, and I almost never see electric cars. Never. I've seen, like, a Tesla here and there, but I've never seen any other electric cars out here in the Midwest. And if you took those electric cars out here in the Midwest, like, are you the electric pickup trucks even, or stuff like that? Like, not people want the gasoline pickup trucks and the gasoline SUVs. I don't think that some of those electric cars could handle this climate, like the snow, all the other stuff, and just the minus 40 degrees weather. I don't think it can handle it. And also, the Midwest does not have many charging stations. There's charging stations, sure, in the cities, but there aren't. When you're driving on the highway, you're not going to find a charging station for miles and miles and miles. And that's like, that's what I think that a lot of people, when they talk about electric cars, they say, oh, it works good in my area, it works good in my city, but they don't think about other places. They don't think about other places where it doesn't work. I'm telling you, out here, I don't think it would work. If you gave everybody if you took away all the gasoline cars and you gave everyone electric cars, I think when the winter rolls in, I think it would be a disaster. I think it would cause massive problems, and I don't think that a lot of people factor that in. I think the best way, I think, to like get people to drive electric cars is like not punishing them but rewarding them. Instead of like putting a tax on you know, gasoline, do it that if somebody's not gonna have to pay tax, like income taxes, or like gets like a cut in income taxes. Like, okay, if you buy like an electric car, your income taxes will get cut by like 20% for like the next 2 years or something like that. Like if you get like a tax break for you know, buying an electric car, that would encourage people to buy electric cars more than saying the government just saying, okay, if you don't buy electric cars, we're gonna tax you more. I think it should be rewarding, not punishing. That's just my personal view on it, just a little bit. I mean, this is one thing I can talk about a little bit, economics, but I won't talk politics. But that just, you know, feel free to disagree with me. I don't ever think that my views are the best, but that's just my opinion for people asking me constantly about the electric cars. I've seen a lot of comments on it. I wouldn't mind driving an electric car myself. I have no problem with it, but it's like I said personally that it's not going to work everywhere. People think that it would work everywhere. It's not going to. And I talked to a guy once about this. There was this one guy I talked to that was online on PSN, and the guy was from Great Britain, and he was like convinced electric cars are the future. And when I told him about like how the Midwest's climate, he just got pissed off at me. Like he would just get angry, and there was like no reply really on that. He like wouldn't answer my points or anything. I was very respectful, but I told him that it wouldn't work out here. And so there was that. But it's like, what do you expect people to do out here? Because people aren't going to drive electric cars out here. It's not going to work in this climate. So that's just, it just shows you that it's not going to work in every place. Yes, I think we should do something about the carbon emissions, but I don't think the government punishing people and forcing them to drive electric cars is the way to do it. I think it's trying to, you know, lower taxes and try to give people tax breaks for doing so. I think would be much more of an incentive than actually increasing it. And also, do you think that people are going to support the politicians that support, you know, raising taxes on gasoline and stuff like that? Those people are going to get voted out. So it's that personally. I know there's a lot of super chats. That dictatorship is absolutely insane. Music videos, driving, race cars, statues of his own dog, and golden statues of himself, and months after. Yes, the dictator that's currently in charge of Turkmenistan, Mr. Weifu, he's not the months of the year were the previous dictator. He named the months of the year after his family. So January, February, March, April were named after his family members. So that's like not even North Korea does that. So that's like the psycho that's the psychotic nature of like the Turkmenistani government. But it's like I said earlier, no one's going to talk about it because they get cheap natural gas from them. Ja mam online polski przyjaciele, on nazywa się Dominik. I have Polish friends. He's called Dominic, although I haven't played with him in a long while. I understand what you said, Jacob. Environmental economics policies don't make sense because if you produce oil or import it, there's no effort on carbon emissions. The exact same, except dictatorships made money and we lost. Well, that's the thing is that your SpongeBob memes are unmatched. Keep it up, bro. Thank you, bro. Thank you, man, for sponsoring the channel. That's the thing is that like. The people, you know, the people that support like these stricter laws and stuff like that, they don't understand that like there's so many countries in the world that are not going to follow that. And no matter where you go in the world, gasoline vehicles are always going to be cheaper than electric cars. I know there's some electric cars that are affordable, but on general and average, gasoline cars are always going to be cheaper. And there's a lot of countries, like a lot of poor countries, that don't have charging stations. And so I don't know what these people expect them to do a lot of times. But there's a lot of countries that aren't going to follow that. Like, you know, countries like China, for instance. China, Iran, Venezuela. Do you think China and Iran and Venezuela are, like, do you think those countries are going to follow, like, laws that, like, other countries make and tell them, like, you have to reduce your carbon emissions? They're not going to listen. And so, you know, these countries like, you know, China and, like, a country like China, for instance, is a much larger polluter. Much larger than most Europe. I think that China produces more pollution than all of Europe combined. I could be wrong on that, but I think that is true. And so, like, even if you got rid of all gasoline cars in, like, Europe, China was still doing a lot of it. And so I don't see these same people, like, talking about China and a lot of times these countries, too. And I think that they should talk about it as well. Rival players, I'm gonna go get a boat here. The power grid cannot handle all electric vehicles. That's a good point, Eric. I actually did not even know that. That is a good point you made as well. But, like, I think that, like, you know, more stuff I think would personally get done if, like, people looked at this from, like, a more reasonable perspective. If they looked at this from, like, some people, the way that some people go into these things thinking, they think like, oh, you know, all electric cars suck, gasoline cars are the best, or there's some people that will think that that electric cars are better and that all gasoline cars are crap. Like, you know, there's people that, like, have that mindset. I think you gotta approach it from kind of a neutral perspective, and you gotta look at it like, you know, okay, electric cars might be good in certain cities, but, you know, gasoline cars are better in, like, certain rural communities. So I think that's personally, you know, the better way to go about looking at it. I don't think that, like, that looking at it just, like, you know, just looking at it from one side. And it's like I told you, like, you know, the people that, like, support these, like, strict policies, these strict energy policies, they don't think about, like, places like the Midwest. Because, you know what I'll tell you is about the Midwest, is that... Oh, well, thank you guys for waiting for me. I guess I'll get in the boat here with you. But, like, look, what I'll tell you about the Midwest is that, and ever since I moved out here, like, I've been living here for almost 2 years now, and I fully understand, like, people's perspectives on it, but I'll tell you something, like, a lot of people in the Midwest, they feel like they're forgotten. They feel like they're abandoned, basically. They feel like the big cities on, like, the East and the West Coast don't care about them. That's basically what people think, and it's true to an extent. It's like, a lot of people, what do people think of when they think of the Midwest? They call it flyover states. And so there's, like, a lot of people feel neglected. They don't feel like their needs are taken into account. They feel like the big cities are deciding everything for them, and I don't blame them for that either. I understand that perspective. But, like, you do something like that, like, you put in these strict, like, energy policies, who's gonna get screwed over is the Midwest, where, like, you know, barely anyone drives electric cars here. The very cold environment frees up these electric cars, destroy their engines, break them down. The gasoline cars can handle the cold way better than the electric vehicles can. It would cause massive problems here, and I don't think the people... It would be just like in France, where the big city like Paris decided for the rest of the country, and they wanted, you know, more gasoline taxes, and they didn't think about the people that lived in the rural communities that drive around in gas cars, and it caused massive problems. And that's, I don't think people, you know, took that into account. And that just caused them, you know, issues, but that's that. But, you know, what I'll say is that the people that call the Midwest flyover states, these people are idiots. Because and for people that don't know what it means to be called a flyover state, a flyover state is basically a very, like, a very rude term. It basically means it means like a state that is not worth visiting. A state that you fly over. So they're basically saying, oh, nothing's out there, it's not worth going there, it's just a state you fly over in. That's it. That's a pretty rude thing to say about somebody's home state. Very not nice thing to say at all. But these idiots that call the Midwest a flyover state, they don't even realize the first airplane in the world was actually made in the Midwest, the Wright brothers, Ohio. So if it wasn't for the Midwest, there would be no airplanes in the world existing today. So, you know, tell the idiots that say the Midwest is flyover states that if it wasn't for the Midwest, they wouldn't be in their planes flying over the Midwest in the first place. But that's that's what people think a lot of times. And oh, let me ban this guy. I'm sorry. Stupid bot in the chat. I didn't see him. Okay, he's gone. This might be a stupid question, but which country seems the least bad in your opinion? What do you mean by bad, Jacob? Thank you for the super chat. But you know, what I'll say is that I think that countries today look at the problems of other countries before they look at the problems of their own country. And so it's like, a lot of times I've seen it happen where, like, Europeans, for instance, will say that, like, oh, you know, America has this problem, blah, 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 we don't have this problem in Europe. And this is for for everything. Like, but the same time is there's plenty of problems in Europe that Americans don't really have. So every country has unique problems. Every country has issues that it needs to get through. So there, you know, there's good and bad things about every country. But it's, I think people shouldn't look at this from, like, a perspective on, like, that people should just look at, what can we do to make our country better? What can we do to, help improve people's lives and stuff like that. Pro, your thoughts on Manifest Destiny? Well, Manifest Destiny was a very racist, very racist view back then. Basically, what Manifest Destiny was this idea that, it was this idea that, white colonial settlers were, supposedly destined to, control, the rest of, the U.S. And so people used that as a justification, and they oftentimes mixed religion into it. And so they would say, they try to mix some form of religion into it, saying it's our destiny to take over this part of the country, and that also caused a lot of wars and a lot of conflicts, especially when people were moving out west. They came in contact with a lot of Native American tribes, and it was very bad. And so that was that was some of America's most darkest moments in its history when stuff like that happened. Have you ever thought to ask yourself why those in the North are generally poorer and have less opportunities? Well, are you talking about my country, the U.S.? My country, the U.S., is the North is everywhere. When people think of the North, they're mostly thinking about the East Coast North states, but the North would really be everywhere. It'd be from Maine to New York, and then you could even argue it's North Dakota, Idaho, Montana, Washington State. There's a lot of places that you could argue is the North. Marijuana, I'm not really gonna comment on that. That's a very controversial topic. I'd say probably the majority of the chat probably supports legalization. I'll just say that from my perspective it's from a law enforcement perspective, because I studied law enforcement in school. There are studies that show that marijuana, and this is probably gonna be an unpopular opinion, there are studies that show that marijuana can lead to using other drugs. So if you come in contact with marijuana, there's a probability that you might also come in contact with using other drugs. Not saying that for everyone, but that's also a possibility. Also, another thing is that's not talked about with marijuana is that it's using a lot of marijuana can cause schizophrenia or has some kind of link to schizophrenia, because they found that people that have that develop schizophrenia in life, some of those people were people that smoke marijuana a lot, every day. And so I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a doctor, I just know I've read studies about this before. And so schizophrenia is the mental illness where you hallucinate voices. In most cases, it's hallucinating voices, sometimes visions, but mostly voices. And I'm assuming that would be from smoking, doing something to your brain over time, and that could be causing it. But ultimately, if you want to know my opinion on whether I think it should be illegal or legal, I think it's up to the people. That's just it. I think it should just be a vote from the people. The people should decide. That's just it. But that's just my perspective on it. That's just what I say, but it should be up to the people. If the people want it legalized, it should just be a vote for the people. If they don't, that's just a vote for the people. But it's just, that's just it. I know majority of people support it, legalization. I know that. I'm fully aware of that. But I don't think that a lot of when I hear people saying that it's all good and no bad, that's not true.
When I get free, you feel no end of pain.
Yeah, Minnesota also, Wisconsin, yep. The least oppressive and least divided? I don't know. I don't know what I would say that for, the most... I don't know. And look, what I'll say about this is that, look, about my country, like the U.S., for instance, is... I like the U.S., and, I can never picture myself living anywhere else than the U.S. I love my country, but I'm not one of those people that say that my country is the best country in the world. Everybody has a right to believe, what they want to believe about their countries. For me, my country is the best country for me. There's no other place that I'd like to live. But somebody else might have a completely different opinion in another country, and that's fine. And I don't want to argue with that. But it's yeah, that's just it. You also have to understand what some people like in certain countries is not what other people like in other countries. That's also a thing.
Damn jackass.
Thank you, Jacob, for the super chat. Could you read my $5 super chat from earlier? Let me look, Victor. I'm sorry if I missed it. Got a history question. How did organized crime acquire Soviet AKs during the era of the Thompson submachine gun? Would criminals buy AKs during the 1950s? Basically, if you're wondering how they... In the 1990s, after the fall of the Soviet Union, the majority of the AKs were stolen by arms dealers and corrupt Russian officials. When the Soviet Union collapsed, there wasn't a lot of records, and so they stole hundreds of thousands of AK-47s and other weapons. If you want to know how gangsters got, like, AK-47s in, like, the 1950s and the 60s, basically, what probably happened is... What probably happened is it was probably from a proxy country. That's probably what it was from. It was probably that the Soviet Union was probably sending arms to an ally of theirs or another country of theirs, and probably en route it somehow got stolen, or that government, because of their corruption, sold it off. That's probably what had happened. Like, for instance, the Soviet Union sold AK-47s and gave AK-47s to a lot of countries in Africa, and those AK-47s went all over the place. So that happened. The Soviet Union sent hundreds of thousands of AKs to Angola. They sent AKs to Eritrea, to Ethiopia, to Somalia. So those went all over the place. That was like Thank you for the super chats. Speak about Mercenaries 3. Oh, I love the Mercenaries games. I hope that, we get a third one day. I'd like to see it. No, I haven't, Ricky. I should. Zimbabwe and Mozambique. Right, I forgot about that. Those were two other countries the Soviet Union sent to guns to. Pro, would you rather come back if you could have only one? Would I rather have $1.29 gas, $2,000 in used cars, or $500 a month for one-bedroom apartment? Easy. The third one, $500 a month in rent for a one-bedroom apartment. I'm already living in a one-bedroom apartment, but it's the last one. The reason is because me personally, I don't drive around a lot. I'm a YouTuber. I just drive and get groceries, and that's it. Mostly, I don't really go anywhere. But other people might disagree with me. Other people that have to commute to jobs, they might prefer the gas over the apartment being cheaper. Some people don't even rent. Some people own their properties. 2,000 used cars. I think least amount of people are going to choose that because a lot of people don't. Why? If people already have a car, they don't really need another car. And you buy a car once every 10 years. Most people do. So it's just, some people drive around in cars for 20 or 30 years. So it's, that $500 a month rent, I think, would be the best one. That one, yeah.
Are you gonna buy me a drink?
Pro, do you ever drive out for going to bars or meeting other people or something like that? No. I don't drink. None whatsoever. I don't even drink beer.
That ain't a face I know from the posters.
The only alcohol that I will actually have is I'll have a glass of champagne on the New Year. That's it, really. I don't have any kind of alcohol. Well, I have my cousin is British, and so well, he wasn't born in Britain, but he moved to Britain when he was a kid, and he's a British citizen. And then my half sister had lived in Britain for some time, but I don't have a good relationship with her. Yeah. My half sister was against Brexit, and then my cousin supported it. I'm pretty familiar with a lot of the British, British politics and the British news. I followed it a bit and read a lot about it too. Why am I playing Red Dead Redemption 2? Because Red Dead Redemption 2 is that game that I can, chill and just play, and there's, I don't have to worry about something constantly happening every second, and I can, discuss more stuff on streams, and also there's a decent amount of action, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's boring. It's just that. Am I gonna come back to GTA 5 when another update comes out? Yeah, I'll do content on it. I understand that people have different perspectives on other countries. I was simply asking for your perspective. Me personally, I would say Japan, even though they have some of their own problems. Japan has a okay, I'll tell you this about Japan. Japan is that type of country that I wouldn't mind like having like a home and like living in for like vacation reasons. Like Hokkaido. I love Hokkaido. I love cold. I love the cold environment. So some people think I'm crazy for liking winter more over summer, but I hate the heat. I react very badly to the heat. The heat burns me up, but the winter doesn't affect me really. But Hokkaido is my favorite part of Japan. I like, the winters there. I like the environment. Hokkaido is that type of place that I would love to have like if I ever could afford it. Maybe have like a vacation home or something like that, like some place that I could go like, in the winter or something and relax. But Japan is not the type of place that I would want to grow up in personally. Not the type of place, like if I was like, growing up in Japan, I wouldn't want to grow up there. The reason is because of just the education system in Japan. Some people might argue that the education system in Japan is like better than the US, but even though some people might argue it's better than the US, Japan has like, the education is so strict. It's like students barely have any breaks, like they're pushed to their brink. And it's similar in Korea also, and the strictest is in China. China has the strictest education. But it's like students are pushed to their brink, they barely have time off, they mostly wear school uniforms around the place. And Japanese culture, a lot of parents like have like unreasonable expectations of their child. Like it's not bad to like push your kid to do better, but like some of the culture around there, like they keep pushing and pushing and pushing people, and people can't handle it. And that's one of the reasons that Japan has such a high suicide rate, is because of that, because their culture, people are constantly pushed to do things. And so people are pushed to the brink and they can't handle it. And that's tragically why one of the reasons Japan has a very high suicide rate. So to answer your question, I would like to, live in Japan as like a place for like a vacation home, but I'd never want to grow up there, just because of that, that school environment. Not that personally. That's just, I'm using the Black Arabian horse. What I already asked this, but what is your opinion on moving to really rural areas? Well, just know what you're getting into if you move to a really rural area. If you're moving from like a city to a rural area, that's gonna be like a whole new experience for you. If you're moving from a suburb, it's gonna be a little bit different, but it's not gonna be extreme like moving from the city. But and I'll tell you this about living in the Midwest is I live near farms, so it's like I do live in a more populated area, but what I'll say about the Midwest is the one thing I don't like about the Midwest is I don't like that internet connection is crap in a lot of places. That's true. So rural places, the internet connection is terrible. The place that I'm at, I have gig speed internet. So the building that I live in was built in 2018. So it's a brand new building, and so they built gig speed internet into the building. But like I was surprised when I look at like a map of New York, there's gig speed everywhere. But when I look at the Midwest, there's very few places that have gig speed internet, very few places. So eventually over time, it's not going to be an issue. Like over the years, there's going to be more places that are going to have faster internet. It's eventually going to happen. But as it stands right now, there's a lot of places in rural areas where internet connection is terrible. So just keep that in mind. If you don't care about fast internet, you can still get internet in a lot of places, but it's not going to be super fast. So just keep that in mind. You guys want to do Fool's Gold? I was going to be starting that. You guys okay with doing that?
Yeah, I'm okay.
I remember that one documentary where in South Korea, there's a lot of students pushed to the limits on some crazy exams. South Korea has also a high suicide rate. And that's the thing that's the problem, is like constantly pushing kids to like do stuff. And the thing is though, I know how some of these parents like act. Like, my mom and I love her and everything, but my mom is like, she was like very pushy with college on me. Like she was so pushy. And like the way that my mom was talking to me, like I didn't want to go to college, if you want to know my honest opinion. I didn't. I did really well in school. I was in honors in high school. I did well, but I didn't want to go to college because I figured that I could probably put resources into doing something else, trade school, or trying to learn how to do a business. And so my mom pushed me to go into college instead. And my mom, the way that she acted like like, if I didn't go to college, I was gonna be a failure. She's like, if you don't go to college, you're not gonna be successful. And so I know how some of these parents, like, act. And, you know, my mom only wanted what's best for me. I'm not criticizing my mom in that aspect. But she did have some unreasonable expectations in regards to that. And so, like, you know, right now, I'm doing really well for myself right now. I did graduate college, but everything that I'm doing right now has nothing to do with college. Like, my YouTube channel has nothing to do with college, zero. And so it's just, there's, like, a lot of parents have these unreasonable expectations, and they push their kids to constantly, you know, go to college, study harder and stuff like that, when it's not for every kid. You know, just because you don't go to college doesn't mean that you're going to be successful, that you're going to be a failure. So, like, you know, some parents need to accept that and understand that college isn't for everybody. Some people don't want to go, and if they don't want to go, don't push them. They have to make up their own mind, because if you push them to go, they're going to slack off. They're not going to care. I still did good, you know, but it's, you know, that, you know, I believe that you can still be successful without college. College is necessary for certain careers. I'm not denying that, but I don't think that you need college to be successful in life. I don't. What is your favorite season of Modern Warfare 2019 and Cold War? And Modern Warfare 2019 story is well written. Vanguard's a joke to all of Call of Duty. Well, I did like Polina's story in Vanguard. That was the one story I liked. I liked the Soviet sniper missions. I thought those were kind of cool. But I think the Pacific missions I was enjoying up until the point when the Japanese started using STG-44s and MG-42s. Then I think it got stupid. But my favorite season in Modern Warfare 2019, man, I don't even remember all the seasons. I don't know if I even really have a favorite season. I like the game a lot. You know, I just liked it overall. I had a lot of fun with it.
Oh God.
You're from the Midwest and you moved to hot Arizona. Yeah, that is a very different environment. And I just destroyed him. he had such an advantage on killing me there, but
I used a hatchet with one guy. I got everyone in that cabin. Yeah.
ah, no. I drive an automatic car. I could play GTA 4 multiplayer one day, yeah.
Die already. Oh, come on. Not good.
Okay, I'm coming over there to help. Let me get over there and help. Of course, I have to spawn a guy right behind me. Wonderful.
No. Damn, big bastard. Well, I lost a hatchet. Let's get the armor.
Please don't be a Lancaster. Okay, at least it was a bolt-action rifle.
Hmm.
Ah, come on. Damn it, right, revolver. Why?
Got a fog.
Got him.
The other one's down. Get it.
Get the other guy.
Trying to. On the edge.
Okay. Got a good position on this hill right here. What the? Okay. How this person survived that many Springfield shots, I don't know. Okay, I'm in second place right now.
What is he doing? Oh, you.
Okay, I got Grave. Man, look at how many shots I had to put into Grave to kill him. Like, that was just ridiculous.
Oh.
But I had a really good position on this hill here.
Got him.
I tried to kill the guy on the cabin, but that failed. He shot me with a shotgun.
Great.
I'm about to hide the cabin. Oh.
Shit. It's right next to you.
Gone.
Good. I'm
one of the look at this. I'm one of the few people in this game that actually use the Springfield rifle.
Yeah, everyone using.
Like, you ever see anybody actually use this rifle besides me? Like, no one uses this rifle. I never get killed by this gun.
Joy!
Damn, I can't.
Oh, there's somebody behind you.
Okay, I got Grave.
Ah.
Oh.
Oh, crap. He's using the hill as cover. He knows what he's doing.
Yes, got him. Got him ahead.
Oh, hope you can beat this guy's fucking. He's on 8 now. One more kill.
Okay, I'm not moving up on him. He wants me to move up on him.
Oh, dynamite! Run, run, run!
Oh, I see.
Damn. You saved me. I killed him. He just threw dynamite on me.
One more kill.
Oh, what? Oh, actually, I didn't see him.
There we
Good.
go.
Oh, he got me. He got me with a sniper rifle.
I guess I'm coming, trying to.
Don't run towards the guy with the armor.
Yeah, that's.
Ah. Supposed to use them as pistols.
Oh.
No. Great. No,
Oh,
Kirsten,
yeah.
no. I wish you hadn't ran towards the guy.
Yeah, I tried. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Almost had it. I was close.
I'm sorry for that. I tried to shot him in the head. Damn snake.
When's the Vice City stream? I'm gonna be doing a charity stream on Vice City next week, probably on the and I'm gonna be doing it on the Heart of the Bride, which is a charity that's helping kids in like Africa. They're displaced by like war and poverty, and so we're gonna do that stream next week, and I'm gonna have like a really nice like Tommy Vercetti cosplay for that too.
Almost a damn hatchet.
A lot of food has sugar in it. What are your thoughts on Overwatch? Not really much into like, you know, versus games like that. Thank you, George. I make $23 per hour at a warehouse job, no degree. And you see, that's not bad, Operation Katana. But like a lot of people have these unreasonable expectations where they think that you need college to be successful in life, or you're going to be some kind of failure. I think your response to Japan's problem was very good. Thank you for the answer. No problem, Jacob. Thank you. Hello, Pro. My friend Gretel sends you, Gretty sends his regards, and he loves your GTA videos. The question that Gretty asked you is, what would happen if Anthony was hurt by the Barzini mobsters in front of Vito? And I'm just losing my track of thought. Anthony was hurt by the Barzini mobsters in front of Vito. Oh, are you talking about Michael's son? Because I was trying to think who's Anthony in The Godfather. Are you talking about Michael's kid? Is that what you're talking about? Because there was no Anthony in the movie that I remember, and then I remember Michael's son. Don Vito would do everything to protect Anthony, and he would swear absolute vengeance on Barzini if Barzini had hurt Anthony, his grandson. But all of the, I'll tell you, when Michael killed all of the families at the end of Godfather, they all deserved it. It was that all of them, even though, like, Vito promised that he would not break the peace, remember, it was Michael who did it, broke the peace, not Vito, but all of those families, you know, as bad as the Corleones are, the other families were much worse. The Corleones were the most reasonable out of all of them. It was just that, like, the Corleones just were minding their own business. They didn't want to get involved in drugs, and then the other families just threw this crap at them. And then when the Corleones were the ones who were being victims, they were the ones who clearly got attacked. Solazzo initiated the whole thing against them, and then the other families just went against them. So then it was basically 4 versus 1, where they were helping, you know, the Tattaglias, Cunios, Strachis, and the Barzinis were all going against the Corleones, simply because the Corleones had killed, like, Solazzo. And it's like, what other family wouldn't have killed Solazzo if he had, like, tried to shoot their Don? So it's just, all those guys deserved it. And the thing is, that was their plan from the start, was to destroy the Corleone family, because if Don Corleone accepted the offer, he would have given up his political protection, and that's what they wanted. If he rejected it, then they could say that he's bad for business and try to get rid of him to get Sonny in charge. So it was just an attempt to destroy the Corleone family. The whole Solazzo plot was organized by the other family, so they brought it on themselves. They deserved it. I'm gonna play poker right now, guys. I'm gonna go into game chat. I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. Public buying here. We'll play a little. I'll have the next part of Scarface tomorrow. The burglaries on San Andreas, I don't know. Maybe I'll do a video on, like, the best houses to go in order. Why do you only play on PlayStation? No, I play some games on PC, but... Why are you not answering my questions? There's a lot of people that are posting. Okay, I'll see you, Eddie. Take care, man. I might do the Yakuza series one day. What you said about schools is fact, Pro. I'm a Chinese American myself, and my dad is from Shanghai. He got hit on the hand with a ruler whenever he answered a question wrong. Crazy difference to the U.S. Yeah, and that type of environment destroys kids' mental health. That's not a good learning environment. Al Pacino, Robert De Niro. I prefer Al Pacino. Thoughts on D-Day? Well, it has been the, what is it? It's the, it is the, 78. It was the 78th anniversary of the D-Day landings, when the liberation of Western Europe began. Pro, opinion on the saying Americans live to work and Europeans work to live. Can you explain what you mean by that a little bit? I think I know what you're getting at, but can you explain just what you mean by that quote? Folding here. About GTA 5 story mode, what mission in GTA 5 story mode is the easiest to do? I'm just curious to know. The easiest mission in GTA 5 story mode? Hang 10. Because all you gotta do is drive to the strip club. Americans only work their entire lives, not a lot of vacation. Okay, I know what you're getting at. I know what you mean. Well, I guess it's different in every country, but what I'll tell you is, as an American, what fascinated me about European stores is that one simple thing that European stores do that American stores don't. And that is that in European stores, I noticed cashiers sit. And in America, that's not normal. In America, it's that there's no such thing as a cashier sitting. That doesn't happen. At most, they might sit at a gas station, maybe, at most. But there's no, there's no stores where cashiers sit. That doesn't happen in America. The only time you see cashiers sit is if they have a medical condition. That's the only time cashiers sit. Stores refuse to provide you with a chair. Even if they have chairs, they refuse to let you sit. And you're probably wondering, why can't you sit at the cash register? What's the big deal? Because it's a cultural thing. Because in America, and this is one of the things I don't like about culture here, is that in America, it's seen as lazy if you sit at the cash register. It's seen as not doing your job. That's exactly the reason on why cashiers aren't allowed to sit, and I think that's stupid, personally. Standing at imagine people think that being a cashier is easy. Try standing at a cash register for 8 hours, and see what that does to your legs and your back. Because I've stood there like that for years. It's not good for your health. It's very bad. And also, your joints start to cramp after hours of standing like that. You want to sit. It hurts. It's bad. It's not even that you're tired. It's just that it starts hurting. And it's just, and so I never understood that, why American companies see it as lazy as just, like, sitting at a register. When I worked as a cashier, I could do everything that I could just sitting down. Everything. I did not need to stand up, but for some reason there was just that, and even the customers, they see it as lazy if you're sitting there. I don't get that personally, but what I will say is, like, each country has, like, its cultural differences, but one thing that I do like about stores in Europe is that in Europe, when you're purchasing an item, generally, when you look at the item price, it'll tell you what the item is priced with tax. So that's the final price that's on the shelf. In America, when you buy stuff, it won't tell you the final price until you have to register, so you don't know what the exact final price is. Well, that's one thing that I do like about European pricing systems better. But what I will say, though, is that America is just generally, like, an easier place. If you want to be, like, an entrepreneur, if you want to be, like, a small business owner, America is the better place, like, generally. Like, I don't want to compare all European countries because they have different economies, but generally, it's easier to start up a small business in America than it is in a lot of European countries. And even if you want to open up your small, like, little business, you want to start selling things on the street, easier to do that in America than it is in a lot of European countries. So each countries have, their upsides and their downsides. I remember your first Scarface playthrough where you did a Fidel's Records mission and it was stressful with the cops. That fast talk came in clutch. Oh, yep, I actually remember that moment, Mr. Waifu. That was a crazy one. Pro, opinion on the Vietnam War? It was just... It's a complicated subject. I don't think that they should have gone in. I think it was a mistake. But it's, what I think was What I think was even worse was when the government was drafting people to it. Because Vietnam was already a controversial war, but drafting people and forcing people to go and fight, like there, in a country that wasn't affecting you directly, I think that was bad. That was really, really bad. And I think that was the government's business. However, though, there are people that say, like, there's people that say a lot of misleading things also. People say, for instance, that America invaded Vietnam. Not true. And the reason that that's not true is because Vietnam was two countries at the time, and the Vietnam War was going on before America even entered the war. The Vietnam War started in the 1950s. It was called the First Indochina War, and it was a French colony. After World War II, the French tried to take Vietnam back as a colony, and Vietnam basically said no. And so Vietnam ended up forming into two governments, the Vietnam Minh, if I'm pronouncing their name correctly. They were the communist movement. They ended up taking over North Vietnam. And then you had the South Vietnam, which was allied with the West. Now, South Vietnam was not a democracy either. It wasn't. South Vietnam was pretty much a dictatorship also. But what ended up happening was North Vietnam invaded South Vietnam and tried to take it over. And so what ended up happening was the government of South Vietnam requested help from the U.S. And so the U.S. sent soldiers into South Vietnam. So technically, when people say that America invaded Vietnam, they went into South Vietnam. The South Vietnamese government wanted them there. The North Vietnamese were invading. I'm not even pro-Vietnam War, but like people like they say that it's an American invasion when it was North Vietnam was invading Vietnam. If it's an American invasion, what about what North Vietnam did? They were invading South Vietnam. And South Vietnam did not want to be part of North Vietnam. They didn't. And so even to this day, South Vietnam hates North Vietnam. It's almost like two countries. Even though it's one country today, the people in South Vietnam, they call Saigon, Ho Chi Minh Saigon, because it was called Saigon before the war, and it's still called Saigon by a lot of people. Ho Chi Minh was the communist leader in Vietnam, but a lot of people don't talk about that. They don't talk about how North Vietnam was attacking South Vietnam. That's the part of the thing that people miss a lot, and they don't mention that. What's my favorite heavy metal band? I don't think I really have one, Jacob. I'm not a there's not really like a specific band that I'm yeah. I don't think there is a specific band that I like. And hey Pro, are you gonna do the remasters of Modern Warfare 1 and 2, or are you gonna do the original ones also? One of the missions of Modern Warfare 2 is like clean house. I'm gonna do all the missions. Thank you, W3. But it was like Vietnam was just a complicated war. It's like I said, like it's like I don't think that the U.S. should have gone in, and I think it was even worse when they drafted people. When they drafted people and they forced people to go, that was even worse. Because it's one thing going into this war all the way across the world, and then it's another thing to try to force people to fight in the war that have nothing to do with it. If they wanted to help Vietnam, it should have been an all-volunteer force. It should have been just people just wanting to who wanted to go as volunteers. The government had no business drafting people for that. But also the Vietnam War the drafting system was very discriminatory. If you were African American, you were more likely to get drafted than if you were white. Also, if you were poor, you were more likely to get drafted than somebody that was richer. It was just what the draft system was. The draft system was pretty discriminatory during the Vietnam War. So there was that with it. But it's like I said earlier, is people don't talk about the fact that North Vietnam invaded South Vietnam. Look that up. Google it. The Vietnam War started, not when America went into Vietnam. It started when North Vietnam started invading and attacking South Vietnam. That's when the Vietnam War started. But people don't like to talk about that part. They just don't shoot a Canadian Scarface tourist. I actually don't remember that one. What's weird is that Russia lost more people in 4 months in Ukraine than the US lost in 10 years in Vietnam. And the numbers are probably much higher than what we're actually seeing, because the Russian government is denying how much losses they've actually have in Ukraine. But the reason that the Russian losses have just been so bad is because a lot of their force is conscripts, and also it's because tanks are pretty much out of date today. It's like, during World War II, the Germans had this really scary tank called the Tiger tank, and they could hold off hundreds of troops with just a few Tiger tanks. And in today's day and age, though, tanks ruled during World War II, but today, it's all basically you need is one guy with a javelin and can take out multiple tanks. So it's just, and there's even drones from the skies that you don't even see that can blow up tanks from the skies. So tanks are basically just metal coffins at this point today. They're completely out of date. They're not, but it's another reason for the Russian losses that have been just so, the Russian losses have been so bad is because another thing that people aren't talking about is people aren't talking about the morale aspect of the war. The media isn't talking about it either. Basically, what are Ukrainians fighting for? They're fighting for their home. They're fighting for their country. They're fighting for their way of life. Their whole country is under threat. Their whole country could be taken over, and they could either be annexed by Russia or they could have a puppet government that's that basically sucks up to Russia. So they're fighting for their homes, their families, everything. What are the Russians fighting for? They're just fighting for their president's ego. That's basically what they're fighting for. And majority of the Russian soldiers there are conscripts. They're just young kids. They don't want to be there. And so that's exactly why their losses are so bad. They don't have a reason to fight. And the Ukrainians are fighting for everything. Got a nice win there. $32 now. I don't know. It's difficult. It's difficult to tell who's winning the war. Just with all the reports, it's difficult to tell. But what I will say, though, is Russian morale is very low. Ukrainian morale is much higher than Russian morale. And also, it's that the Russians were when they were going into Ukraine, they were expecting that they were just going to go in there and people were going to welcome them as liberators, but that's not what happened. And also, I'll tell you another thing about, about Russia and Ukraine, is that Russia has never recognized Ukraine being a country. An independent country. They see it as part of their country. They've never fully recognized it as part of. And even when, like years ago, like the government of Ukraine has been historically a puppet of Russia. So that has happened for some time. So the Russians have never really recognized it. Putin has been on record saying several times that he considers Russians and Ukrainians the same people. I knew that was a bad sign when I heard it. I heard that way before the war. And so when he says that, it doesn't seem to me like he recognizes Ukraine as an independent country. Ukrainians don't want to be part of Russia. They don't. And I knew Ukrainians growing up in New York, and it's like their language and Russian is a little bit similar, but if you call Ukrainian a Russian, they're gonna get really annoyed. So it's just Russia feels like I don't know, where this Russian mindset comes from, but they feel like all of these countries that were former Soviet countries belong to them. But that's not to say every person in Russia feels like that, just a stupid government. But it's just like China with Taiwan. It's the same thing with China and Taiwan. It's China, yeah. The only difference between China and Taiwan and Russia and Ukraine is that Russia is like, Russia keeps claiming that it's trying to liberate Ukraine from the West, and then but China on the other hand is like fully admitting to wanting to take over Taiwan and annex it. Russia is just launching a massive propaganda campaign to try to justify their crap in Ukraine. You can see it online. There's plenty of like Russian bot comments and stuff like that try to sway public opinion on this. But it's like I'll say this, and if you need to call your war a special military operation instead of an actual war, and you're sending people to prison for 15 years for just calling it a war, you know at that point they're wrong. You know at that point who's right in the war. My evening is good. How are you, man? That's not true at all. There are dozens of independent former Soviet countries. What are you talking about? Let me ask you this now. What what former Soviet country is not a puppet of Russia today, besides the Baltic states? Besides Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. And the only reason those states are not puppet states is because they're part of NATO. That is literally the only reason. If you look at all the countries that border Russia, almost every single country that borders Russia is a puppet of Russia, the government. Every single one. Ukraine was a puppet of Russia up until 2014. Belarus is a complete puppet of Russia. Kazakhstan is a puppet of Russia. Look at Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan and Armenia are both very friendly to Russia. It's just every single country that borders Russia, except I'd say maybe Georgia. Every country that borders Russia, like, completely agrees with them always. They're puppet governments. It's just that. I just find it so hypocritical. I find it so hypocritical when the Russian government, they constantly talk about how the West is imperialist. The Russian government constantly says the West is imperialist and all this, but all the government countries that border Russia, those are all puppet governments. So that's like, Romania wasn't part of the Soviet Union though. But it's like, look at the countries that border Russia. It's like almost all the countries except China, except China is, I wouldn't say they're an ally or an enemy of Russia, but they're acquaintances. But it's like every country almost that borders Russia is a puppet of Russia today. And there's a reason that, so many countries want to join NATO. I'm sounding like a NATO bot at this point. Well, the thing I'll say about it is that people have a democratic right whether they want to join NATO or not. It's not up to Russia to decide whether they want to let a country join NATO or not. And I'll say this. Like, for instance, look at the UK. It's a perfect example. The UK was part of the EU. And the UK had wanted to leave the EU. And the UK left the EU. And they supported leaving the EU. And that's it. They left the EU. And if you want to know, and I'm not necessarily pro-EU. I supported, my personal opinion, not to get into politics, but I agreed with my cousin. My cousin is British, and he supported leaving the EU, and I supported that also. I know I'm not British, but I personally think it was better for British sovereignty to not be part of the EU. But the point is that Britain had voted democratically to leave the EU. That was their choice. And the EU didn't go after, while the EU wasn't happy and they did try to punish the UK, they didn't take like a very aggressive stance like Russia. Look at, for instance, Armenia. Armenia had considered joining the EU at one point. And what happened was Russia basically told them, no, you don't have the right to do that. And so for people telling me that that's not imperialist, trying to tell another country they don't have a right to join another, like, a bloc, that's, you constantly hear from the Russian government about how they're trying to defend themselves. But they have nuclear weapons. They have one of the largest armies in the world. Who's going to try to invade Russia? They're living in, like, they're living decades apart from everyone else at this point. I don't know what they're talking about. Finland wants to join NATO, and pretty much that's it. Is like countries were deciding on whether they wanted to join NATO. Like Finland, like before this war started, the majority of the population in Finland did not want to join NATO because Finland was a neutral country. Finland did not want to join NATO. Like I think it was only like 30% of people wanted to join NATO. It was only that's it. And what ended up happening was after the invasion, it jumped up to 70%. And you can't sit there and tell me that Russia is not to blame for that. That, like, people were just swayed by, like, supposed Western propaganda and they wanted to join NATO all of a sudden. It's Russia caused that. If Sweden and Finland join NATO, that's all Russia's fault. That's their own fault for everything. Yeah, I do Red Dead streams every week. But I'll tell you something, is, for me, the Russian media has literally, any credibility that they had, they lost everything. Because I remember months before the Ukraine war started, the Russian media universally kept saying the same thing. And they kept saying over and over again, we're not going to invade Ukraine. We're not going to invade Ukraine. It's all NATO propaganda. It's Western propaganda. We're just doing military exercises. We're not going to invade Ukraine. They just kept saying that. Russian media kept saying that constantly for months and months and months. And then it ended up happening. So for me, Russian media is an absolute joke. You cannot trust that. If for months they've been saying they have no plans to invade Ukraine and all of a sudden they just do it, it's just, Russian media is just an absolute joke. And and I'll tell you this, for people that compare Russian media to Western media and Western media are very different. Do you know why? Because a lot of Western media is very biased politically, that's true. And Russian media is very biased, but there's a massive difference between the two. Western media is more political bias. So when you turn on Western media, there's political bias in them. You know, there's either left-wing or right-wing bias. But the difference is, it's still privately owned. In Russia, for instance, almost all of it is government propaganda. That's the difference. U.S. is political. A lot of it is political bias. In Russia, it's government. So that's the very this. It's not to say Western media is balanced. A lot of Western media is very biased, but that's the difference between them. Look, Pork, what I'll say to your comment is, if the Russian government is so sure that what they are doing is right, and they are so sure that they are in the right and they are not wrong, then they will allow other opinions on TV. They will allow other news stations to have different opinions, and they won't send people to 15 years in jail for literally criticizing the war. That's what I'll say about that. If they are so sure that they are right, they wouldn't need to send somebody to prison for 15 years. But that's it. As annoying as the American media is, and American media is very annoying. It's very biased. You have networks, CNN, Fox, MSNBC, all these other stuff. They have bias in them. They are. The difference that I see honestly between like CNN and Fox is that Fox at least admits that they're conservative biased. They at least admit to it, where CNN doesn't. CNN claims that they're neutral when CNN is clearly like left wing. So there's like there's clear bias in like CNN and Fox. But as bad as CNN and Fox are, at least they can say whatever they want still. It's not like in Russia where you can't say what you want on TV. It's like every single news station in Russia is controlled by the government. It's like that. But Professional, do you think you know everything? No, of course not. I'm wrong on a lot of things I say too, but it's just like I never claimed to know everything. But like this whole thing with like the Russia and Ukraine thing, for instance, it's like this is like Russia has like no right to just walk into another country whenever they feel like it, and they can claim that they're being threatened. Let's see, we're gonna win here. I personally think like a lot of the media is like is garbage, and it's like and the thing is the people that are like trying to like justify this, what like Russia is doing and stuff like that, like how would they feel if this was their homes, if this was their cities, what ended up happening? And I'm gonna tell you though, Pork, is that literally any kind of relationship that Russia and Ukraine has had, Russia has destroyed that. Anything like Ukrainians, if they were like any Ukrainians that were, kind of friendly with Russia, this war has drifted them apart the most. Like Ukraine will never be allied with Russia, never at this point. They will never be friendly with Russia ever again. Like as Ukraine is going to remember this for the rest of their history, that out of nowhere the Russians just started building up this huge force and just came over. They will just They're gonna remember that. You know, you don't have the right to go and invade another country like this. You know, there's proper channels to go through. You know, you go to the United Nations, you try to talk to other countries, you try to explain things that are going on. You don't just march into another country whenever you feel like it. I have an idea. I want to run by you before I send you off to Rockstar Feedback. $5 private lobbies, unlimited access to private lobbies and Reddit online for $5 US. You mean like a month? I don't know. Like, I think that private lobby should be a feature that should be available in the game regardless. I don't think you should need to pay for that, Matthew. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, the UN is very, like, the UN is, like, very, like, you know, incompetent at times. But, like, you know, the government of Ukraine, while it's not perfect, you know, there has been corruption. You compare this to, like, the government of Russia, for instance. Russia is just way more corrupt government than, like, Ukraine. It's just, and the president of Ukraine, he, like, even, he tried to talk to the Russians about before, like, when they were building up the troops. And he even, like, criticized the US government for, like, saying that Russia was gonna invade Ukraine. But... a lot of the people don't look at this from also history, that Ukraine has signed a peace treaty with Russia after the Cold War ended. And basically, what happened was the Russian government promised Ukraine that it would never invade Ukraine, and in exchange, Ukraine would give up its nuclear weapons. And Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons, and the US also signed that. So the US also has an obligation to defend Ukraine. And how much of Ukraine's sovereignty has been, like, has been violated at this point? Oh, I'm fully aware of who Julian Assange is. I know who Julian Assange is. I don't think that, you know, I don't think it's okay, you know, what the US government has done to him. I don't think that he should have been, what they did. So, you know, you're telling me that I'm, like, you know, buying into some Western propaganda. I'm fully aware of who Julian Assange is. I know what, he did. I know about the WikiLeaks and all the other stuff. But, you know, you have to look at this from, like, a whole worldwide view. Like, it's like, you know, what the Russians, yes, the US government has done bad things, that's true. But, you know, that doesn't make it acceptable what the Russians are doing in Ukraine right now. It's not. It's, okay, I'll see you, Hook. And look, it's like, you know, I keep hearing the same thing from, like, the Russian government where they say that, like, the people in East Ukraine, they don't want to be part of, like, of Ukraine. There's democratic ways to go about this. You don't just randomly secede from a country. You don't just invade another country also. It just is not stuff like this. And the thing is, though, is that if you look at Russia's constitution and you look at their laws, they have very strict rules on separatism. Any kind of separatism is punished very harshly in Russia. Extremely harshly. Very harshly. But then when it comes to other countries, Russia will support separatism in other countries constantly. But when it's in their country, if there's, like, a part of their country that wants to be independent, no. That can't happen. But then they will support separatism in countries like Ukraine. They will, Pork, I want you to look up separatism laws in Russia. Go and look that up. And you will see how harshly the Russians deal with any kind of separatism. When it comes to separatism in their country, any part of Russia that wants to be their own independent country, they crack down hard on that and they consider that treason. But then at the same time, they go and support separatist movements in other countries. And they do that primarily to destabilize Ukraine. That's primarily what they're doing it for. Russia even claims, like, there's even parts of, like, what is it? There's parts of Estonia that Russia claims should be part of their country today. So there's, like, they're constantly trying to declare land somewhere else. But then when it comes to separatism, and honestly, if the Russians support separatism so much, if they support it so much, do a referendum in Chechnya. Do a referendum in Chechnya and see, like, if they want to have an independence referendum. If Crimea has the right to have a referendum for independence, then Chechnya should have one too. But the Russians aren't going to do that. They're not going to do a referendum in Chechnya because they know the majority of the Chechens will probably vote to leave Russia. That's what they're scared of. They have that puppet guy in Chechnya that rules it, but that's...
Oh, good. Met a fella from Strawberry last night. Looked at my clothes and told me I didn't know the meaning of hard work.
Okay, I'm pronouncing it right. Chechnya. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong. But the point that I'm making is there are parts of Russia that do not want to be part of Russia. There are parts of Russia like that. And there's even territories in the east in Russia. There's territories in the east in Russia where they consider themselves Siberian. If you ask them, do you consider yourself Russian? They're like, no, I'm Siberian. And so I guarantee you there's parts of Russia that don't want to be part of Russia, that want to be their own independent countries. But when it comes to separatism in those regions, the Russians crack down heavily on that. So they support separatism in Ukraine, but then when it comes to separatism in their own country, they consider it treason. It's because it's in another country. If they support separatism in Ukraine because they want to destabilize Ukraine. That's primarily the reason for it. Honestly, if Russia thinks that the separatist regions in Ukraine should be independent, then they should do referendums in Chechnya, do referendums in Siberia. But they are not going to do that. But you have to look at this, and also I'm Polish. I'm Polish American, so I know I'm familiar with this. I know exactly what how a lot of the Russian government's mindset is. They see a lot of the former Eastern European territories as part of theirs, and they think that they should have some kind of influence, some kind of satellite state mentality over it. There's a reason that so many people in Eastern Europe would rather be with NATO than Russia. That didn't just come out of nowhere. NATO didn't just show up and just force everybody to join. This happened over time. Well, look, imperialist, the thing that I say is, I don't censor people. Unlike the Russian government, I don't censor people. So people can comment disagreeing with me. They can say that I'm totally wrong. That's fine. They can argue with me, but I'm not gonna ban somebody or censor somebody. The only time I ban people is when they write racist stuff or they just spam weird links. But that's I don't censor people, so people can argue with me all they want. But can you do the same in Russia? Can you do that in Russia where you can you can't do that in Russia? Is honestly the people the same people that think that Russia is justified in Ukraine. They're probably the same people that think that Taiwan is part of China as well. So if China went into Taiwan, they would probably support Taiwan being annexed also, and they would say, oh, historically it's China's land. That's probably what they would say. That would just it would just be some other dumb excuse, just like that. But look, it's like you can't, and I don't know if these people are from Russia that are commenting like this, but you can be Russian and be against this crap. So I'm not even criticizing Russians, but I'm just criticizing the Russian government for this. You can't just walk into other countries, I think it was, and look, I think it was stupid. This is, I hate getting into politics, but I'll say this right now. I think it was stupid what the U.S. did in Iraq. I think it was stupid going into Iraq. I don't think that they should have done that. The United Nations even did not support that action. That was stupid. But that doesn't mean that all of a sudden that what Russia does is okay, and the people that support Russia doing what they're doing in Ukraine, they bring up Iraq. But I was against the Iraq war. I didn't support that. I thought that it was a pointless war. I thought it was stupid. So honestly, it's wrong with what happened in Iraq, and it's wrong with what happens in Russia and Ukraine. So it's just these people will accuse me of being a NATO propagandist or something like that. But it's just Didn't Ukraine break guidelines of Russia joining NATO? They didn't join NATO. There was talks about possibly joining NATO, but they didn't join NATO. I'm not asking to censor anybody, but people, Russia is currently, yeah, and it's just, you know,
What in the world is this place coming to?
Pork, I don't think that you are fully aware of, like, I don't think you're fully aware of, like, how a lot of, like, people in Eastern Europe, their relations with Russia. And look, I know that there are Ukrainians that are racist against Russians, I know that. But there are also Russians that are very racist against Ukrainians. That happens. There's Polish people that are racist against Ukrainians and Russians. That happens. It's in Eastern Europe, it's an unfortunate thing, it happens. But I'll tell you, though, there's a lot of Russians that are very racist against Ukrainians, and the Russian media is not talking about that. If you go on YouTube, and you can see some of the Russian, like, military channels, and you can see, like, I'm talking about, like, actual military communications, how they're describing Ukrainians, they describe them in very racist terms. And so just, yes, I know there's Ukrainians that are racist against Russians, I understand that. There's plenty of Russians that are very racist against Ukrainians. They don't think that Ukraine should be a country. They think that it's a fake country. That's a lot of Russians see it that way. And Russia, it's these people ignore the racists in Russia. There's a lot of racist people in Russia. And also, look at my grandmother's country, like, of Belarus. My grandmother, when she grew up in Belarus, it was called the Belarus SSR at the time. But the thing about it is that there are so many Russians that say that Belarus is not a real country. They say Belarus has no right to exist. Belarus is a dictatorship. I wish it wasn't a dictatorship, but Belarusian people, when they get rid of their dictatorship one day, they want to be a free country. They don't want to just join Russia, and their dictator is already a puppet of Russia. But I've seen Russians that say that Belarus does not have no right to exist, and Belarus is not a country and has no historical right to exist. I've seen that before. When you go back even hundreds of years ago, people considered themselves Belarusian even 200 years ago. So there's that. Belarus is its own country, and people think that Belarus doesn't have a right to exist in Russia, but it does. And, it's like I said, like, it's like the people that support, like, the whole Russia-Ukraine thing, they support the Russian intervention in Ukraine. They're not replying to me when I'm saying, like, if Russia supports separatism in Ukraine, then why are they not supporting separatism in Russia as well? Why are they not supporting referendums in Chechnya? Why are they not supporting referendums in Siberia? And I'll tell you guys something really also messed up about history that they don't tell you about. Do you know that Crimea, the area that Russia actually annexed back in 2014, Russia claims that it's historically their land. That's false. Basically, Crimea was originally controlled by the Greeks thousands of years ago, but then later on it was controlled by the Tatar people. The Tatar people are people that came from Central Asia. Some of them are Turkish, but the Tatar people had also settled in Crimea, and they were the majority of the population in Crimea. And I'm part Tatar also, I'm 25% Tatar, for people wondering. But anyways, about the Tatar population, they lived in Crimea, and they had their own country in Crimea. It was called the Crimea Khanate, if I'm pronouncing it right, but look it up. Crimea in the country, hundreds of years ago. They had their own country there, and the Tatars were the majority of the population. And what happened was, during World War II, there was a lot of battles there. And then after World War II, what happened was Stalin and the Soviets, they went into Crimea and they forcibly deported the vast majority of the Tatar population, and they sent them to gulags in Siberia, and a lot of them did not make the trip. And so Stalin threw the original inhabitants off the land. This is in the 1940s. He threw the original inhabitants off of the land, and then he settled Russians on the land. And then what ended up happening was, during the Cold War, when Khrushchev was the lead general secretary of the Soviet Union, he gave Crimea to the Ukrainian SSR, and he said that it was Russia's gift to Ukraine. And then modern day Russian government was saying that Khrushchev had no right to do that, and it was historically Russian land. When if you look at the original inhabitants of the land, they were forcibly deported by the Soviet government, and then they sent Russians in. But look that up. Tatar deportations of Crimea. That's something that the Russian government does not talk about. The original inhabitants were completely thrown off of the land and deported. And then they come in and they say Crimea is historically Russian land. The Tatars had controlled Crimea for hundreds of years, where the Russians had controlled it for under 100 years. So that's that is not historically Russian land when they tell you that. That's just nonsense. But enough of this. I don't want to talk about this subject anymore here. But look, you gotta break through like the propaganda and like a lot of the stuff and look at it. You know, you gotta read into this stuff and look at it. But it's just it's like I said, like, you know, I understand that some of Ukraine's government is, you know, corrupt. I get that. But Russia's government is way more corrupt. And it's just what Russia is doing. You don't have a right to just invade another country and walk into another country when you feel like it. And just the hypocrisy of the government of Russia when they're claiming that they support, that the Donbass region has a democratic right to be an independent country, when they're also cracking down on separatism in their own country. That's a major double standard. So that they're doing it primarily because they want to destabilize Ukraine, not because they support people's democratic right to be free countries in East Ukraine. But enough of that. It's just And look, I'll tell you the other guy that I was arguing with me in the chat is like it's like I said. I know that the Ukrainian government has had corruption in it. I'm fully aware of that. But Russian government is way more corrupt, and you can't invade another country. You can't just do that. They don't have a right to just walk into another country when they want. And I highly recommend the people that, you know, think that the Russians are right in Ukraine, look up what I told you. Look up Tatar deportations in Crimea. Look that up. You will see what the Soviet government did to the original inhabitants. Completely threw them off their land and settled Russians on it. The Tatars were the majority of the population that lived on that land. They lived on that land hundreds of years ago. If we're going by Russian logic, that Crimea was historically Russian land, then the Russians should give it back to the Tatars and have them have their own country there, but they're not going to do that. And the majority of the Tatars that actually did live in Crimea, there were still a few that lived there, actually supported it being part of Ukraine. They didn't support it being part of Russia. But that's it. Just look that up if you don't believe me. And it's like, if you're so sure of yourself, you're so sure that you're right, then you're not going to throw people for 15 years in prison for calling in a war. You're not going to need to call it a special military operation if you're so confident. It's because they know if they call it a war, the Russian public will see it as something else. That's why they're using those terms. I hate a lot of the discussion here turned political. Anyways, been happy with life even with stressors. I'm doing more what I want to do. Well, thank you, Mr. Waifu. Thanks for the super chat. They're both evil men, Miss Silver. They're both terrible human beings. If you look at a country like Estonia, for instance, and this is the last thing that I'll say about it, Estonia has not been part of Russia. Estonia has been its own country even before the Russians annexed it during the Soviet times. And what had happened was, over time, when being part of the Soviet Union, a lot of Russians had settled in Estonia. And then the Russian government was claiming that parts of Estonia belong to Russia now, because some parts of Estonia have the majority of the Russian population in there. But that's because their country had gotten taken over. And so it's just, every country around that region has a problem with Russia. If you lived in one of those countries, if you lived in one of those regions, you would fully understand the thing. It's like people in Poland are terrified. They're terrified of getting my parents' country. They're terrified of getting invaded next. They're scared of that. And it became Estonia has always had its own culture. Estonia has had its own language, Vertigo. And then it got taken over by the Soviet Union. Yes, I know it's part of the Russian Empire also. Poland was part of the Russian Empire at one point also. But what happened to Poland? Poland was taken over. Poland didn't join the Russian Empire because it wanted to. Poland was taken over. So... Oh, a Dex lore video? I could possibly do that one day. No, I don't think he wants to bring back the communism, but he does want the former territories of the Soviet Union. He wants it to be part of Russia, or he wants it to be satellite states. That's Just look, OxyClean. It's what I said earlier. Look, after this stream, look up what Russia did to the original inhabitants of Crimea, and also look up what Russia's policies are on separatism. Because Russia can't just say that they're supporting separatism in Donbass and then completely consider separatism in their country treason. So that's if Russia supports separatism so much, make an example for the world. Give Chechnya an independence referendum, then. When's the next Scarface video? Tomorrow. Okay, let's see if I can win one more hand here. No, I haven't tried the boss factory. Maybe J-Cash, but at what cost? Oh, I did miss your super chat. I'm sorry, then, DHC. I apologize. I added that word people as a typo to my latest super chat and messed it up. Sorry, made you stumble. It's okay, Imperialist. Yeah, I gotta fold here. I completely agree with you. Thank you, George. Scarface World is yours or Godfather lore videos? I'll make two lore videos on the Godfather games. Tony Cipriani is Prime or Claude? I think Claude is still deadlier. You're just repeating right now Russian propaganda, Saul. It's the exact same type of propaganda that you hear for Belarus. A lot of people in Russia will say that Belarus is historically not its own country and has no right to exist. Saul, let me ask you, do you think if you did a referendum in Estonia, and you asked the majority of people in Estonia, do you want to be part of Russia? Do you honestly think that people would vote to be part of Russia? They wouldn't. I guarantee you. That referendum would lose really, really bad. Really bad. It's like saying that Poland was part of Russia it got taken over by Russia in the 1790s, so Poland was part of Russia for at least 100 years. More than 100 years, actually, like 120 years. So it's just, it's like that same argument. That same argument saying that Poland was historically part of it. Just because something was historically part of something does not make it that other country's property. If the people don't want to be part of that country, look at my country, America. We were historically part of Great Britain. We were part of Great Britain. We were the 13 colonies for how long? That we didn't want to be part of Great Britain anymore. We're a separate country. So it's just that. It's ultimately up to the people. And what I'll say is, if you support Russian separatism in Ukraine, and you support Russian separatism in the Donbass, if you support the Donbass People's Republic and you support the Luhansk People's Republic, even though they're pretty much puppet governments of Russia, then you would also support separatism in Russia. You would also support separatism in Chechnya. You would support separatism in the Siberian regions, in the Far East regions of Russia, because that's also their democratic right, is it not? But no, there's bias here. Russia supports separatism in Ukraine and other countries, but they don't support separatism in their own country. And any kind of separatism in Russia is considered treason. What do you think would happen to people in Chechnya if people in Chechnya went around and tried to make a massive petition to the government for an independence referendum? What do you think would happen? Probably get arrested for treason. So that's just, that. Yeah, and why do you think Estonia doesn't want to be part of Russia, Saul? Why do you think Ukraine doesn't want to be part of Russia? It's just that. Pearl, can you say something in Polish about Red Dead? Like, could you say a fun fact about Arthur or John? What could I say about them? Arthur Morgan, jest jednych moich ulubionych bohaterów. Arthur Morgan is one of my favorite characters. Oh no, somebody just asked me about the Ukraine-Russia war earlier. This will probably be my last hand, but, you know, sometimes I go off here like talking non-stop, but it's just that's my my whole say on that conflict and you know everything that's going on there right now. We'll go in here.
Levi's crop short again. Wonder what I'll say this time. Yeah, I heard.
How hard is it on Polish to learn Polish on a scale of 1 to 10? If you are an English speaker, it's going to be very hard. It's a complicated language to learn as an English speaker because Slavic is not a Latin language. Slavic language is not a Latin language, so very few words that are similar.
I can't prove it, but the bank's stealing my money. I swear. Every time I walk out of there, my ledger's lower and lower. Ain't the first time.
Do you agree that the Soviets were worse than the Nazis? I think the Nazis were worse than the Soviets. Much worse. Because the Nazis were gonna mass murder almost all the Slavic peoples in Eastern Europe. I think the Nazis were just were worse. The Soviets were bad too. They killed a lot of people as well, but I ultimately think the Nazis were worse than them. I don't think a lot of people realize if the Nazis had won World War II, they would have killed so many people in Eastern Europe. They would have mass murdered almost all the people in Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, Russia. The Nazis targeted a lot of groups that they didn't like. The Nazis hated Slavs, they didn't like Jewish people, they didn't like Gypsies, they didn't like LGBT people. There is a lot of groups that they were gonna kill. Basically, if you want to know something scary, something scary about this is the whole reason the Nazis invaded Russia and Poland. It was for Lebensraum, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and that basically in German means living space. The whole reason that they invaded Eastern Europe was they wanted it to be a colony of theirs. They wanted it to be land that they would settle German settlers on. And the Nazis, what they were planning on is when they won the war, they were going to kill all the people on that land. Everyone in Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, Russia. Anybody else, they would have deported past the Ural Mountains. They probably would have used a lot of slave labor. They would have killed a lot of people. So yeah, as bad as the Soviets were, I think that the Nazis were just much worse. Well, yes, they wanted the resources of Russia. Oh yeah, the Japanese did some really horrible things. I mean, look at Unit 731. Look at their atrocities in China. The Japanese murdered millions of Chinese people. So they, what do you think was the worst empire in history? It depends what you mean as an empire. I'd say Nazi Germany. Yeah, Nazi Germany is probably the worst empire in history. Second worst empire, either the Mongolian Empire or the Soviet Union. Oh, I'm from Brooklyn, but I grew up mostly in Queens. What do you think about the Roman Empire and the story of Julius Caesar? I know that Julius Caesar was betrayed by a lot of his senators and they had killed him. I don't know much more than that. I knew he was a general that ended up taking over the Roman Empire. Well, I've been enjoying the stream very much. I'm happy I was finally able to make it into one of these streams. Okay, thank you, Jacob. I'll see you then, man. Take care. Oh, Pol Pot was a psycho, but Pol Pot was in Cambodia. But my grandmother lived under the Japanese reign of the Philippines during World War II. I wrote a whole paper on her experience. The Japanese Imperial Army did some crazy stuff, yeah. And the thing is, though, is that the Japanese Empire was very similar to the Nazis in this regard, in that they the Japanese Empire had created this propaganda organization called the East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. And basically what the East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere was, it was this political propaganda group, and basically the idea of it was that Asians are all equal and that Japan supports Asian rights. That was the it was a propaganda thing that they did. They didn't call it publicly the Japanese Empire, even though it was. They called it the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. Your grandma probably knows about this. But the whole thing was propaganda. In reality, the Japanese did not see other Asians as equals. They hated other Asians. They thought that they were superior to the Chinese. They thought that they were superior to the Vietnamese, to the Filipinos, to the Burmese, to the Laos people, to the Cambodians, to the Koreans. But I'll tell you something, and I'll tell you another thing about history, another thing that you guys don't know. And this is probably a historical fact. This will probably be the last historical thing I say on stream, because I'm going to be ending soon. I'm kind of hungry. But I'll tell you this. The Russian Empire did a very similar thing to the Japanese Empire, in which the Russian Empire tried to promote this crap called Slavic Brotherhood. And so this is before the Soviet Union, when they were still an empire. They had their monarch. And so the Russian Empire would try to say Slavic unity, and they would try to say Slavic Brotherhood. But in reality, it was all propaganda. There was no such thing as Slavic Brotherhood or Slavic unity. The Russians treated the other Slavic groups like crap. Ukrainians, Belarusians, Poles, any other Slavic group that was under them, they treated terribly. And basically, if you want to know what they did to Poland, they had outlawed the Catholic Church in Poland, and they tried to promote Russian Orthodoxy when Poland was historically a Catholic country. And this is coming from somebody who's not religious. But it's Poland was historically a Catholic country, and Russia tried to force a Russian Orthodoxy on Poland. And basically, not only that, they made the Polish language illegal at one point, and you had to learn Russian. And so if Polish families were teaching their kids Polish, they were actually deported to gulags in Siberia. And that's the thing that people don't know right there. That's that. When you think of gulag, when you think of the word gulag, the first thing you think of is the Soviet Union, and you think of Stalin. But the reality is, Stalin was the one who built the most amount of gulags, and he used the most amount of gulags. But Stalin wasn't the one who created the gulag. Who created the gulag? It was the Tsar. the Russian king. The Russian king was the one who created the Gulag system originally. A lot of people don't know that. It wasn't the Soviets, it was the monarchists in Russia that created the Gulag system. And it was a place where they would deport political prisoners and other people that they did not like to work camps. So people would go missing, it wouldn't be a public execution, so people wouldn't know about it, but they'd be pretty much dead in those gulags. And so the Soviets had the most amount of them, but they weren't the ones who started the Gulag system. It was the Russian Empire. The monarchists in Russia were the ones who did that. And what ended up happening is when the Soviets took over, they realized that they could use the Gulag system to now imprison people they don't like. And so a lot of people don't know that. Because the thing is, though, is I see like a lot of like I see like comments of like Russians, for instance, or like people that support the Russian monarchy, and they'll talk about the Soviet Gulag system, which was bad, horrible. Don't get me wrong, it was worse than the Russian Empire. But then they refused to admit that it was actually the monarchists that created the Gulag system. And so look that up if you don't believe me. Go and Google it. Russian Empire gulags, Russian Empire work camps in Siberia. You'll see they were the ones who started that. And yeah, it was like a lot of Polish people, for instance, like a lot of Polish people, like in our history, we honestly don't know what's worse, the Russian Empire or like the Soviet Union, because Poland has suffered tremendously under them. It was both the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union made Poland suffer horribly. But yeah, people don't know that. A lot of people don't know that the monarchists were the ones. So I personally thank you, Ozzy. And this is where history is like complicated. What I was like when I was talking about like the American forefathers earlier in the stream, and I said that the American forefathers were complicated people. They did good things and they did bad things, but ultimately I think that we should cover the bad things they did, definitely, and that should be talked about. But we should also talk about the good things they did. And if it wasn't for the American forefathers, we would have no country, in my country, in America. So they were flawed people, but they ultimately, made America. And as for like, looking at it like another history point, like the Russian Empire. When you look at the Russian Empire, like the Russian Civil War, for instance, a lot of people think that the Russian Empire were the good guys. When they think of the Russian Civil War, what people think about is they think of communists versus monarchists. That's what they think of when they think of the Russian Civil War. And they think that the monarchists were the good guys in that conflict, when in reality, they weren't either. None of them were good guys. The communists weren't the good guys, and the monarchists weren't the good guys. The monarchists were also bad people. They were terrible. They committed their own atrocities. They were the monarchists, and I find this ridiculous when I see comments on like history channels saying that the monarchists were the good guys in the Russian Civil War. None of them were the good guys. I don't consider the monarchists the good guys. I don't consider the communists the good guys. I kind of don't like them both. And do you know who I consider the good guys in the Russian Civil War? I consider the Republicans in the Russian Civil War. No, I'm not talking about the American political party. There was actually Russian Republicans. That's what they were called. If you look it up, during the Russian Civil War, there was people in Russia that wanted actual change in Russia, because Russia was a brutal monarchy. And people in Russia wanted change. They wanted a democracy in Russia. They wanted, to get away from the Tsar. And so those guys, they fought against the Tsar in the Russian Civil War. Not everyone that fought against the Tsar was a communist. It was just the communists ended up being the largest faction, and they took over and they killed all the other factions. But I think the Russian monarchists were the good guys. They actually wanted real change in Russia. They wanted democracy in Russia. They wanted a just Russia, and that was that. But they're not talked about much in history. Instead, talked about the monarchists and the communists. But it's but that's what a lot of people don't know about, that aspect of Russian history. Well, yeah, Manifest Destiny, like I said earlier, Manifest Destiny was a very racist ideology. It was this racist ideology that the U.S. was, going to, had the right to, like, occupy the rest of the, all the way up to the West Coast, and so white settlers were pushed to, by this ideology, oftentimes mixed with religion, to go out west, and they came in contact with Native American tribes, and it became, like, it was very bad at times. I don't know much about Enver Hoxha. That's the dictator of Albania. Thanks for educating us. Hopefully get to drink some water. No problem, man.
How you do?
Professional, do you think the movie DLC will happen in GT Online? Probably not, Ozzy. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't see any proof for it, personally. You're talking about San Andreas. Yeah, I know what you mean. San Andreas, that quote. In Ghost of Tsushima, when the Mongolians kill innocent women and children and take their food, is that accurate? And did Japan in later years ever take revenge on the Mongolians? Oh, I'm sure that some of the samurai took revenge on the Mongolians, but they didn't invade Mongolia, if that's what you're wondering. Japan did actually invade Mongolia, but during World War II. Well, before World War II, with the Soviet-Mongol border conflicts. It was actually, the Soviet Union and Japan actually had a war. Basically a few years before World War II started, where they fought each other in Mongolia. If you want to know how accurate Ghost of Tsushima was, in that the Mongolians, like, kill innocent women and children and take their food, yeah, that happened. Basically, the Mongolian Empire is, like, one of the strangest empires in history. It's a very strange empire, because some of the things that the Mongolians did, they supported certain policies that was considered, like, very, like, very unique for the time. Like, for instance, women in Mongolia, while they didn't have equal rights, they had better rights under the Mongolian Empire than in certain other countries. And so what actually happened was, there was actually some Mongolian soldiers who were actually women. A lot of people don't know that. But Mongolians also had women soldiers with them. This actually happened back then. There wasn't a lot, but it did happen. There was actually a Mongolian female general in real life. And the Mongolian female general was actually based on the antagonist in the Iki Island DLC. So that's who she was actually based on. So Mongolia did have greater roles for women, but at the same time they were very brutal in some of their other aspects. Basically, what was it about Mongolia? Okay, so how the Mongolian Empire was, is if the Mongolians were trying to take over a city, right? Most of the time, they would give that city a chance to surrender. If the city surrendered to the Mongolians, generally the people would be left unharmed. The Mongolian soldiers would go through the city, they would ravage houses, they would steal stuff and steal food, but they wouldn't generally mass murder. However, though, if the city resisted and refused to surrender and fought back, and then the Mongolians entered the city, they pretty much kill everyone. So they were very brutal. And the thing is, though, is some people actually liked being under Mongol rule. And you're probably wondering, why would anybody want to be under Mongol rule? Because the Mongolians had a very, very low taxes for comparing it to other civilizations. The Mongolians, you could argue the Mongolians were the first people that really used capitalism. The Mongolians, basically, you want to know how the Mongolians funded their army, where they got all that money from to build all these ships and all of that other stuff? You know how they got that money from? A lot of other European empires, European kingdoms, for instance, because there wasn't really, the empires, some existed, but they were mostly kingdoms when the Mongolians invaded. The European kingdoms, historically, and Japan was the same thing, very similar system, even though Japan and Europe are so far apart. How the monarchies made their money back in the day, during that time period, is they had these things called manors. And so the manors would basically be like this small little town with a few buildings, be a giant wall with some knights around, and there'd be like a big mansion. And in that big mansion, there'd be the lord or the aristocrat that would control the manor. And what would happen is the peasants would live on the land, but the peasants were technically property of the lord. They weren't able to leave when they wanted. And so the peasants would farm on the land, and the aristocrat would then come over and take 70% of their crops. So the peasants would be allowed to keep a little bit, like 30% of their crops. The aristocrats would basically steal from them and take the very majority of the crops. And this was very similar to Japan, where instead the samurai were the people who stole from the peasants. A lot of people don't know that. They think the samurai were just all honorable people, but some of the samurai were scumbags. And so they would just take money from the peasants, and then what would happen is, when the lord would take money from the peasants and take food from the peasants, the lord would then give a cut of that to the king. And so the king would let the lord operate in exchange for the lord giving a cut to the king or the queen. That's where the Europeans got the majority of their money from for funding their armies. The Mongolians, on the other hand, their system was based entirely on trade. They got the vast majority of their money from trade. How did they do that? They promoted trade, because the Mongolians would take over one territory and go over to another territory. And cultures would mix, different countries, people would come in contact with each other, and then certain people would realize, hey, they have something that I want, or they have this food. We don't have this food here, or they want this clothes. We don't have this clothes here. And so countries would like people that got conquered by the Mongolians came in contact with each other, and they realized that each people had things that the other people wanted, and so they would start trading with each other. And the Mongolians understood that trade would make them a lot of money. And so they promoted trade between the people that they conquered. And the Mongolians put very low taxes on traders to encourage them to trade more and to sell more. And so the Mongolians got the vast majority of the money from trade. It was from the taxes from the trade. That's where it came from. Where in Europeans, it was from peasants. And so that's how the Mongolians became very rich doing that. They understood how vital trade was, and they were very smart in that regard. And that was one pro, and I'm not saying the Mongolian Empire was good. I don't want people thinking that. But that was one pro of living under the Mongolian Empire, is that the roads were generally safe. If you lived under Mongol territory, if you were a citizen, I don't even know if they really considered it citizenship back then, but if you were a subject of the Mongolians, generally they were going to leave you alone. And if you traveled between towns, it would generally be safe, because the Mongolians would actually have checkpoints on the roads. A lot of European kingdoms did not do that. The Europeans did not protect their people in this regard. They didn't have checkpoints like the Mongolians did. The Mongolians did have checkpoints on the Silk Road. It was the road from China to Central Asia to Europe. The Mongolians had put checkpoints. They had a checkpoint every mile or two, and that road went on for hundreds of miles, so they had hundreds of checkpoints. And this is actually how the Mongolian army managed to travel such a huge distance, is they would use a lot of horsemen. The Mongolians were expert cavalry riders, and so they would have a checkpoint. They would send a ton of horsemen, they'd run down the Silk Road, and then what they would do is they would stop at a checkpoint, they would leave their horses there, let the horses rest, they'd get fresh horses, move on to the next checkpoint, and they could cover hundreds of miles really fast for the time period. Also, these checkpoints oftentimes had a place where they could eat, have a hot meal, and they could rest. And so that is how the Mongolians became very successful. Silk Road, utilizing these massive trade routes, utilizing trade, very low taxes on their people. And so that was the thing. And also, in Ghost of Tsushima, some of the Japanese collaborators, the collaborators that actually work with the Mongolians give them these medallions. And even though the Japanese can't speak Mongolian, if they have those medallions, that's to show that they're a friend of the Mongolians. And so all they have to do is show the medallion, and the Mongolians leave them alone. That was a real thing. The Mongolians would give medallions to certain people, and they would just show that to the Mongolian soldiers, and the Mongolian soldiers would leave them alone. But the Mongolian soldiers, committed some atrocities. They did really bad things. They killed millions of people. So the Mongolian Empire, they did have some positive things about them, like, there were low taxes, they supported equality more. It wasn't an equal society, but they supported equality more than, like, for instance, Europe or the Middle East or Japan. But they were very brutal in other regards. So there's, like, when you look at history, I guess you gotta look at it from all these points. But that's what was the thing about the Mongolians. And another thing about the Mongolians, and I guess I've been talking a lot about history here, but another thing that I'll say about them is one thing that Ghost of Tsushima got historically accurate about the Mongolians is that the Mongolians would use technology of civilizations that they conquered. So whenever the Mongolians would conquer a civilization, they would adopt that civilization's military technology. Back then, a lot of other civilizations didn't do that. They considered the other civilization weaker than them, and so they wouldn't use their technology. But the Mongolians used catapults, which were historically European weapons. Remember that part when they brought that in Ghost of Tsushima when the Mongolians were using catapults? And Jin didn't know what that was. He didn't know what that weapon was at first. They were using a European weapon, catapults. And then they had a Chinese weapon. They had a gunpowder. That was a Chinese weapon. So they got guns from China. They got catapults from Europe. Yes, the Mongolians did invade Eastern Europe. They got the Hwacha from Korea. The Hwacha is that big thing that shoots all the fire arrows, that big tower thing that shoots all the arrows. But the Hwacha was invented 100 years after Ghost of Tsushima. So that's where the Mongolians had gotten their technology for a lot of their technology. That was historically accurate. They did use technology from the people they conquered. And, yeah. But the Mongolians, it's like I said, it was a strange civilization. They supported certain things like equality. Genghis Khan, for instance, he signed a law banning torture, and he said that torture was inhumane, but Genghis Khan tortured people himself. And so, even though he signed a law against it, he tortured people himself, and also other Mongolians would torture other people all the time. So there's Mongolia has a very, strange history, very interesting history to read about that civilization and, what they, thing is. Oh, and another thing that made the Mongolian Empire very successful is the Mongolian Empire did a very similar thing to ancient Rome, and that is that they would leave people's culture alone. That was a very smart thing for the Mongolians to do. The Mongolians were very smart for doing that, because the Mongolians knew that if they left people's culture alone, that they wouldn't rebel as much. They weren't as likely to rebel if they left their culture alone. Because at the end of the day, all people want to do is they want to be able to, live with their families, live their lives in peace, practice their religion in peace, and not have somebody bother them over that. And so the Mongolians knew, if we let them, keep their language, we let them keep their culture, we let them keep their religion, they're less likely to rebel. And that's basically what the Mongolians did. So the Mongolians, they practiced, I'm trying to remember the Mongolian religion name. Was it Tangoism? It was, I'm trying to remember the Mongolian religion, what it was called. But the point is, the Mongolians never forced their religion on other people. They always let people practice their own religion. And they did that because they knew people would not rebel as much. So that was it. And so when the Mongolians came into an area and they told people, hey, you'll have less taxes to pay, and hey, we're going to let you keep your culture and your religion, some people welcomed the Mongolians in. So that's one way that the Mongolians were able to conquer so much stuff. And also another thing, Taoism. I think it was Taoism, yes. I was getting it mixed up. The last thing I'll say about them is how did the Mongolians manage to fund this army? They had millions of soldiers. Back then, countries did not have millions of soldiers. Back then, the most countries had was thousands of soldiers. They didn't have millions, but the Mongolians had millions of soldiers. How did they manage to fund millions of soldiers at once? Even with the taxes they got from the trade, that would not have been enough to fund all those soldiers' wages. How did they fund them exactly? You know how? The Mongolians, what they did was they didn't fund them. They didn't pay their soldiers. But how would they get people to fight for them without paying for them? The Mongolian policy was that soldiers were told that if you go to fight for us, you get to keep what you find. That's why so many soldiers volunteered to fight in the Mongolian army. And the Mongolian army wasn't just Mongolians. They had a lot of nationalities in their armies. They even had Europeans in their armies as well. So the Mongolians even had Poles, Ukrainians, Russians, Belarusians, Chinese, Koreans, Arabs. There were so many soldiers that fought under the Mongolian empire. So they weren't just all Mongolian soldiers. But basically, the Mongolians told them that if we go conquering, if we take over a city, anything you find, you get to keep. And so that attracted a lot of soldiers. A lot of soldiers, basically, they get an adventure, and they get to keep whatever they find. So they basically were told free loot. And so that is why they had such huge numbers, because the soldiers knew they could take stuff. So whenever you see that in movies, the Mongolians are constantly stealing stuff. They're taking stuff from homes. When you see the movies about the Mongolian Empire, the soldiers, and they're doing that in Ghost of Tsushima when they're just ransacking houses, it's because that was their how they paid their troops. They told them that you get to keep whatever territory we conquer. You get to keep whatever you find. And so the Mongolian how they would enforce that rule, the looting. Basically, like I said, if they conquered a city and that city surrendered, if the city surrendered, then they would not kill a lot of people in it. They would generally just, go in the city and just loot and take stuff. They probably would tell the soldiers, go house to house, take a few things for yourself, and then they would probably stop it to a point, because they knew if the soldiers took too much, then the city would not be able to function, or they would cause a riot. So that was that's how they managed to fund it, with looting. So the Mongolians, they were not they were an evil civilization in their conquerings and everything like that, but they were very smart in a lot of their stuff. They were very smart in economics. They understood trade. They understood how to manage armies. They understood how to get soldiers over long distances. They understood how to use cavalry. And last thing, how did the Mongolian Empire fall? That I'll answer my last point. But the thing I'll say about the Mongolians is, out of all the civilizations in the world, all the empires, the most evil empire, I would say, was Nazi Germany. But the most effective conquerors in the world, the people that would conquer the fastest and won the most battles, the Mongolians, I would say, 100%. And do you know, the Mongolians, nothing would stop them. Nothing. Because in their country, in Mongolia, their country gets very hot in the summer. They live in tundras in the Gobi Desert. Their country gets very hot in the summer, but then they get very cold in the winter time. So the Mongolians grew up with both environments. Very few countries have an environment like Mongolia, where it's extremely hot and extremely cold at the same time. And so the Mongolians are adapted to both. Usually people are adapted to one. They're adapted to the extreme heat, or they're adapted to the extreme cold. Like in the Middle East, to the extreme heat, and into Russia, to the extreme cold. But the Mongolians were used to both. And so the cold didn't stop them. The heat didn't stop them. The Mongolians invaded Russia during the wintertime. They actually preferred invading Russia during the wintertime, and they liked invading Russia during the wintertime because they could send their cavalry over the ice. So they send their cavalry over the ice, That's how they got through Russia really quickly. And so yes, Mongolia invaded Russia in the winter, and they actually conquered Russia in the winter. And they invaded Middle East in the summer. So that was just, nothing could stop them. No weather, nothing. They were just in an unstoppable force. Now, what caused the Mongolian Empire to collapse? Why didn't it last? The Mongolian Empire could have actually existed up until today. It could have. I wonder what the world would look very different if the Mongolian Empire did not collapse. We might have like one giant country in Asia and Europe. If the Mongolian Empire never collapsed. But why did the Mongolian Empire collapse? The reason the Mongolian Empire collapsed, it wasn't due to logistics. It wasn't due to money. Rome collapsed because it went bankrupt. Mongolia didn't go bankrupt. The reason Mongolia collapsed was because they had no successor system in place. Basically, what the Mongolians did was they separated their empire into separate provinces. They had the Golden Horde, which was in the west. They had the I think it was the Qing dynasty in China in the east, which was part of Mongolia. And what happened was the Genghis Khan, the Khans, had appointed governors to rule over each province. And what happened was when the Khan died, he had no successor. He had nobody that would succeed him as Khan. And so what ended up happening was all the different parts of Mongolia started fighting, saying, no, we are the next rightful Khan, we're the next, and they all started fighting. If the Khans had put in a successor system, the Mongolian Empire would have actually probably survived because of that, because they never had really logistic problems. Maybe the only problem they had is they had too much territory to control. That was maybe their only problem, but they could have lasted. It was just simply because they didn't know who to appoint next, and they all fought each other, and they had a civil war. That is why the Mongolian Empire collapsed. It was because they didn't know who to appoint next. But yeah, for people wondering, how the hell do you know all this stuff? I like to read a lot, and so I read a lot of history. I'm very interested by history, but I read specific subjects of history that I am interested in. And the Mongolian Empire has always been one part of history that I've been very interested in. I've read a lot about them. And I knew about them a lot before Ghost of Tsushima came out, a lot, and so I really liked Ghost of Tsushima. I really did enjoy that game, but I found it ridiculous when people were saying that, like, people were like, what, this really happened? Like, people didn't think that Mongolia actually invaded Japan when in Ghost of Tsushima. I'm like, no, this really happened. Yeah, if you want to know how much territory the Mongolians conquered, they almost controlled 1/3 of all the world's territory. Almost 30% of the world's land. That's how much territory they conquered. So yeah, I would say the Mongolians were the most effective conquerors in the world. Modern-day Mongolia prides itself on the empire. They're very proud of the history of their empire. But the thing is, though, while I guess there are certain good things that Mongolia did, like they had more rights for women, they had more of an equal system. There wasn't a privilege system. Under the Mongolian Empire, there was no such thing as privilege, because in the European countries, there was privilege. There was aristocrats. Aristocrats were more privileged than peasants. Under Mongolian law, a peasant and an aristocrat was equal under the law. So they had an advanced legal system. They had women's rights. They had low taxes. They did not interfere in your personal life. They didn't tell you what religion to practice, but you had to submit to them and you had to submit to their authority. So while they were nice in some aspects, they were very brutal in other aspects. They were very violent in other aspects, and they killed a lot of people. The Mongolians killed millions of people in their conquests. So they're now by no means a good civilization. But it's a very strange civilization to read about, but I highly suggest you read more into it. They're a very interesting civilization to read. Just and I find them and the reason I find the Mongolian Empire so interesting is because of just that they're so different from everybody else at the time. They're so different from the Japanese, the Europeans, the Middle East. They're such a unique and different civilization. That's why I always found it interesting to read about them and read about their beliefs and stuff like that. I love you as a friend and a content creator. Thank you, Mr. Waifu. Thank you, DL Gaming. The fact that GTA Definitive Edition sucks makes me appreciate the mobile ports even more, but unfortunately I can't play San Andreas or Liberty City Stories on my new phone. This needs to be fixed. I guess, but I hope that I hope that we do get a Liberty City Stories and a Vice City Stories Definitive Edition one day. I hope we do. But if we do get it one day, I don't want it to be a disaster, so I don't want people thinking that I support something like San Andreas Definitive Edition coming out. I'd actually would like a Definitive Edition for Liberty City Stories and Vice City Stories, but I want it to be good. The Mamelukes of Egypt marked the height of the Mongolian conquest. They defeated them in the Battle of Ain Jala, which then led to their downfall. Yeah, the Mamelukes, they fought. The Mamelukes also resisted the French when the French had invaded hundreds of years later when Napoleon came in. But yeah, the Mamelukes were the people that had controlled. Thank you for the super chat, Piers. The Mongolians did have defeats. They did have military defeats. They did, but it wasn't military defeats that ended their empire in the end. It was just that they had they didn't have a successor in the end. But yeah, it was Mongolia invaded Japan and Poland. Two countries so far from each other. That's how far their empire stretched. No, I don't know who that is, Xavier. Oh yeah, I'll do the Kill Hitler mission in Sniper Elite 4. I'm sorry for not uploading the Sniper Elite 4 missions, the other ones. I just been so busy. Oh, hey, Sean Easy. Is that the real Sean Easy? Hey man, how are you? Here's a couple of bucks for the next 7-2 offsuit. What's 7-2 offsuit? But thank you for the super chat. I do appreciate it. Pro, do you believe in aliens? I see them as a possibility, but I see no proof for them. What is your knowledge of Napoleon? Oh, I know a lot about Napoleon. I know more about the French Empire, the French Revolutionary Wars, though, and the I know about the French Revolution. That's the subject I know. I could go on talking about hours about the French Revolution, but like, yeah, it's just I graduated college last month, but it's nice hearing a history lesson without having to write notes. Yeah. I'm the Sean Easy of all Sean Easy who were ever. I heard that you got a copyright claim, right, Sean? Did you get that resolved? Or a strike? Do you have any book recommendations regarding the Mongolian Empire? Unfortunately, I can't recommend you any books. I didn't read any books on this. I read most of the stuff online. So I read a lot of it online. Google, you know, and Wikipedia a lot also. And you know, for people that say Wikipedia is actually a really good source. You know, people would say Wikipedia is stupid, but that's just what you learn in schools. The reason they don't want you to use Wikipedia in schools is because it's too easy. But Wikipedia is peer-reviewed, and Wikipedia will explain everything good. There hasn't really been anything that I've read on Wikipedia that has been false. So there's, Wikipedia is just, Wikipedia is a decent source. Bots? Are there bots in here? I don't support, I don't see, where's the bots? This will be my last hand. Talking a lot here. Okay, Oh, I see some of the bots now. Their comments are just hidden, but I'm banning one right now.
Hello, sir. Hi there, sir.
That one bot, I've banned that bot several times, and it's just several new accounts keep popping up. I don't know where these people are coming from. It's creepy. I don't know about that, if the parts of the Bastille were sold. I know the Bastille was destroyed, but I don't know. Oh, that was horrible, Xavier. Yeah. That was a really bad history. Also, I want to let you guys know, apparently people have still been commenting that the GTA scam ads are appearing on my videos. I'm just letting you know that we as YouTubers do not control what ad appears on our video. But if you see a GTA 6 ad come up on my channel, just avoid that. I made a video talking about it, but those GTA 6 ads are still up months later, and YouTube has not taken them off. They appear on random YouTubers' videos, but basically it's an ad that says click for GTA 6 here, and do not click it, whatever you do if you see it. So that's just, the fact that you can get an answer for any question in your head in 5 seconds on Google makes me laugh at the system of memorization in our schools today. Yeah, and the system, you know, Google is a very, you know, I like that. You know, you can just search up a question and you'll get an answer pretty quick. Google has helped me a lot with cooking. Like, I looked up things not to do in cooking, and so I'll look up something. Can I put this in cooking, or can I do this in cooking? And I get the answer instantly. So that has helped me personally a lot with cooking. No problem, Sean. Did you get it resolved? Who wasn't a bot, Carlos? Wait, what? Oh, did I ban somebody? Did I ban somebody unfairly? Oh, I'm sorry if I banned you, Ivan. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't realize you were calling out the bots. I'm sorry. I thought you were a bot for a moment. I apologize. I'm sorry about that. I feel bad. Have I learned any cooking from Gordon? No. I learned most of my cooking from HelloFresh. I've ordered food from there, and so I just read the recipes. I learned slowly over time. Would I finish and play any Halo games from start to finish? I could possibly do it one day, but I'd probably suck. Thank you, Mr. Waifu. Will you try Time Splitters Future Perfect? It's classic FPS. Maybe one day I'll try a DHC.
Word is one of the sheriff's men is running with a gang. No one knows which. Well, ain't that something?
No, I never played Sea of Thieves. But is Ivan here? Are you still here, Ivan? I apologize for
Well then.
I doubt they'll update Reddit Online.
Well then. No.
I want to do World at War one day. I'll try to figure out something to do World at War one day. Francis Sinclair and Red Dead Story. I don't know if I remember. Maybe I'll do the Boss Factory. Okay, this is really my last hand. Here I've been streaming for a long 4 hours today. Long stream.
I heard that consortium up north.
Who's Zane?
Damn fortune for nothing but fool's gold. Ain't the first time. Oh well.
Petrovic would probably win that war.
Oh hell, the missus has me out hunting damn near every day. Wants to sell enough hides to send the kids to school. I tell you, boy, married life ain't what it's made out to be.
Okay, well, I'm sorry I banned you earlier, Ivan. I thought that you were a bot. I apologize for that. I guess I read your comment too fast. They're Fridays. Okay, I'm gonna try to win this hand.
Well, I ain't the least surprised. what, big bet? Must have been poison. Doctor had to take the whole arm. Well, I never.
Okay.
Well then.
Ah, okay. I guess we'll leave here. I'm okay at poker. Yeah, but I'm sorry for banning you earlier, Ivan. I apologize for that. I thought that you were a bot because I saw half of your comment, but I didn't realize you were calling out the bots.
Here you are. Reckon you've been traveling since last time.
Have I ever played Star Wars Battlefront? Oh yeah, I played the original Star Wars Battlefront 1 and 2, and I played the new ones 1 and 2 too. When's the next Sniper Elite video? I'll try to have it out this weekend. And I gotta do my Tommy Vercetti video. And we're gonna do a nice charity stream also. Nice charity stream. I'm gonna be doing a charity stream for Heart of the Bride to help kids in Africa that have been displaced by war and poverty. And we're gonna be doing that on we'll be doing that probably next week. And for people wondering, I'm not a hypocrite. Whenever I do a charity stream, I always donate hundreds of my own dollars live. So I always do donate to the charities as well, and I do it live. So it's and want to come by the stream? It'll probably be next week. I'll probably do that Vice City charity stream, but I'll still do the Red Dead stream Friday, and then probably on Saturday or next Saturday or Sunday we'll do the Vice City stream.
The lake, the plains, the mountain view. This town has it all.
I do have a new cosplay for that, yes.
Wish the Imperial would bring a new show in. I've seen them all twice already.
You ever play Destiny? Destiny, yes, I have. I didn't enjoy it that much. Well, thank you, Gretty, Gaming. You gotta check it out when I do SOCOM 2, and you gotta tell me what you think of the Albania section in SOCOM when I get to it, Gretty. But that'll be later in the summer, because I'm gonna be doing the Modern Warfare games first. I'm gonna be doing a cosplay for those. Oh yeah, that's a great feature. Iron Sights now.
Chief Dunbar purchases from me all the time.
How are you, Pro? I'm good. How are you, man? My favorite scene in The Godfather? Probably Michael shoots Salazzo. Scarface will be tomorrow. Thank you, Nate, for the super chat. Well, I guess I'll be going here, guys. Thank you guys for the support. You guys are awesome. And we're gonna have a lot of fun on the weekend, and I'm gonna have another Scarface part for you guys. I'm gonna try to have that Tommy Vercetti video out as soon as I can. So thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys on the next one. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone, and take care.